In the realm of kings and queens, only a select few dare to claim the ultimate crown. Who has what it takes to challenge the reigning world chess champion? This April, the journey unfolds in the heart of Toronto, where history meets the horizon of intellect at the FIDE Candidates 2024. With a star-studded lineup, the world's most brilliant minds converge to battle it out over the board. Some we have seen here before, some faces are new, a prize fund that speaks volumes and a title that echoes through eternity. Who will emerge as the challenger? Who will etch their name in the chess history book? Join us for the spectacle. Witness the birth of legends, a victor in the open and women's section. Watch the event live on FIDE YouTube.
To round 7 of the 2024 FIDE candidates. Yesterday was a super exciting day with 4 decisive results in the women's section and 2 decisive results in the open section. Today, the game to watch is definitely going to be Tan versus Goryachkina. Tan is leading the women's section, Goryachkina is right behind her. In the open section, we have one of yesterday's winners, Pragnananda, playing against Fabiano Caruana. Second game to look out for is definitely Nepo, the leader, along with Gukesh in the open section, playing against Hikaru Nakamura. The tournament is definitely heating up, and luckily you will be able to not miss any expression from any of the players, and that's because of all the cameras we have in the playing hall, 49 to be exact. You can see both players from here, 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 and even here. So follow the FIDE live broadcast where Viswanathan and Irina Krush will be guiding you through all the games. Back to the studio.
Hi everyone, welcome to our coverage of the 7th round at the 2024 Candidates Tournament. My name is Irina Krush and I'm joined by the 5-time world champion from India, Vishy Anand. So Vishy, we're heading into the midway point of the tournament. After today, there's going to be a free day. Today is also the marks the end of the first half where each player is going to have played everyone else. Let's take a look at the round 6 results. We had 2 decisive games in the open yesterday, with Vidit beating Ali Reza basically out of the opening and Prague beating Nijat in the endgame, while the games between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Fabiano Caruana, Gukesh and Hikaru finishing in draws. That leaves Nepomniachtchi and Gukesh at the top of the score table with 4 out of 6, +2, followed by Caruana and Prague at 3.5, who are interestingly going to be playing against each other today. In the women's side, we had 4 decisive games for the first time in the tournament. 3 of them were with black. The leader of the event, Tan Zhongyi, wins again, but so does the lady closest to her, Alexandra Goryachkina. So Tan now has +3, 4.5 out of 6. Goryachkina is at 4 out of 6, and 1 player has moved to +1, and that is Katerina Lagno. Let's take a look at the highlight moments from round 6.
Wow, what a day of action. Round 6 at the FIDE candidates saw all but 2 games finishing with decisive results, and there was not a single draw in the FIDE women's candidates. Tan Zhongyi kept her lead over the rest of the field with a 3rd win, this time playing with white against Anand. After a few inaccuracies from black, Tan unraveled a strong attack, first leaving 1 bishop up for grabs and then sacrificing another. The position was winning for white, but she did not play precisely and gave Muzichuk a chance to escape towards the end of the game. The Ukrainian player did not find the right continuation in a time trouble, resigning soon after. Tan won 3 games and made 3 draws so far. With 4.5 out of 6, she is in clear first place. Alexandra Goryachkina continues to lead the pack, hoping to catch Tan Zhongyi with the win against Nurgil Salimova with the black pieces. At the post-game interview, Alexandra confessed that it was not a difficult game for her, as everything went smoothly, and Alexandra did not give many opportunities for Salimova to create counterplay. Katerina Lagna won her first game in the tournament against Vaishali. After a series of disappointing draws, she was happy to have a positive result and was radiating with delight after the game. With 3.5 points, Lagna is now in clear third place. Lei Ting-jie also won today with the black pieces, beating Humpy Konaru. Unfortunately for Humpy, this tournament has not been going well for her so far. She now finds herself at the bottom of the standings. With this victory, Lei offsets her loss in the first round and is now back on an even score. For Indian fans, the disappointing results in the FIDE Women's Candidates was offset by the excellent one in the FIDE Candidates tournament, as Pragnananda and Vidit won their games against Nijat Abasov and Alireza Firouzja respectively. Prag joked at the press conference that he's always trying to play solid, but somehow manages to end up in a messy, double-edged positions. The game against Abasov was another mind-bending one, with numerous beautiful lines that did not appear on the board. The Indian star calculated more precisely than his opponent and was rewarded with a victory, putting him in joint third place. By now, we can proclaim Vidit a crowd favorite. With his exciting play style, he has been joining us for press conferences almost every day, and luckily it was for a good reason today. In his game today against Alireza Firouzja, everything went right for him. Firouzja played really quick in the opening but did not manage to equalize. Vidit unraveled a quick kingside attack and was precise in converting his advantage into a full point. Kukesh, one of the two joint tournament leaders, played a calm game with white against Hikaru Nakamura, where a draw was the logical outcome. His co-leader, Nepomniachtchi, also split a point against Fabiana Caruana, with Nepo having the white pieces. Both Nepomniachtchi and Kukesh have won 2 games so far and are co-leading the tournament with 4 points out of 6.
We also have some very interesting pairings for today. Vishy, which one are you going to be most interested to follow?
I think Caruana Pragnananda is a match from the World Cup. So is Abasov against Vidit. So these are all return matches from there. To be honest, all 4 pairings look fascinating. All very interesting matches potentially. Let's see what is happening with the women. Women's pairings.
Okay, yeah, the big one in the women's side is definitely between the 2 leaders, Han Zhangyi and Alexandra Gadechkina. And we also have Salimova playing Lagno, Konaru versus Muzichuk, so those are the tail enders of the tournament currently, and Vaishali playing Lei. But yeah, definitely I think in the women's side there is one marquee matchup which is going to be getting a lot of our attention. That's between Tan and Gadechkina. And well, you know, Lagno is white against the other relatively lower rated player in the tournament, Salimova. So this is going to be a chance for her to try to get into that leading group.
Yes,
so that's
and
another.
Also, Lagno and Lei have both won yesterday and have the white pieces today against Vaishali and Salimova, who lost yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
So clearly a chance to put pressure.
Yeah, and so I think, though, in the open side, it's very hard to choose like the most interesting matchup because they all, you know, they all provoke some intriguing questions. For example, Gukesh versus Firouzja. We have one of the leaders of the tournament, Gukesh, playing against the tail ender, unpredictable Alireza.
Always unpredictable.
Yeah, who is, you know, always dangerous to everyone. On the other hand, he has 2 consecutive losses in a row. Today, you know, as I was going to the shuttle to go to the tournament venue, I saw that he was still eating. You know, it was quite late in the day is what I mean. Like, you would normally expect the players to be on their way to the site. He seemed to be calmly enjoying his lunch, like the only player still there. So I wondered, you know, what does that mean? Is he, you know, he didn't seem to be in a rush to get to the playing site.
Also, I gather he's been playing online.
Has he?
He's played a lot of 3-minute games, I think, yesterday.
Oh, wow.
Not his usual bullet. But that sounds like someone who's very frustrated at his tournament and is just looking to get those positive feelings back.
Yeah.
I know many of the players who like to just play blitz all night, and it makes them feel better than sitting and staring at long lines. They want to do that. So that's of some interest.
Yeah, that's the
Also,
unpredictable
all the
pairing of
Indians
the
today,
day.
all the three Indians today with the black pieces. So that's maybe extra spice for the Indian audience.
Yeah, I mean, the other big matchup, Naka versus Nepo. I mean, I feel like there's a few people here who are coming in with like this positive trend, and I still think that Naka is one of them. And his last couple of games, I mean, he beat Firouzja with black, and then he was, very comfortable against Gukesh's black again, right? Certainly he was on the better side of that draw. So I feel like, given that, he's ambitious, he wants to kind of climb back, he's definitely going to be looking to push with the white pieces today. And they haven't played a whole lot of classical games between themselves. Recently, there are 2 classical games in the Madrid candidates ended in draws. So it's kind of hard to predict Naka's first move here.
Yes. Does he want to play a Petrov? I think more or less predictable that Jan will go for the Petrov if asked about e4.
He did play the Petrov against Naka in the Madrid tournament.
Yes. And then there's still the option of playing d4. But Hikaru systems are always offbeat. So it's quite challenging to predict them. But at the same time, we know it doesn't fizzle out in some theoretical line. He will have something quirky prepared.
Yeah, and so as you said, Prague versus Caruana is a reprise of their World Cup match that Prague won in the tie breaks. Fabiano is white. Will he be tempted to try some kind of move like c4 that he's been, inclined to use against Prague recently? We see 1 win from Fabiano in classical chess against 0 wins, so he has an advantage in their classical encounters.
Yes. 2 of the draws came from the World Cup, and of the remaining 2, Fabiano is 1-1.
And then we have Vidit versus Abbasov. Okay, Vidit is another player on a positive trajectory in this tournament. So interestingly, Abbasov actually has a lead against him in classical chess. I'm trying to remember, I think they actually played, first of all, in St. Louis a couple of years ago. Not the most obvious of places for them to meet. But yeah, I think that was the game that Abbasov won. Well, he also beat him in the World Cup as white.
That's right, in the final game of the mini match. And that's the match that made Abbasov qualify rather than Vidit. Vidit then had to win the Grand Swiss to qualify.
Right.
So
this is interesting. I mean, Abbasov not doing well in the tournament in general, but having a pretty good score against Vidit in particular. He has the white pieces today. I find him to be a very pleasant young man. Yesterday he came to the press conference to analyze with Prague for a very long time. And of course it was, it's hard to be on -3. But even in that situation, he was very kind of composed and friendly and just willing to analyze.
Sure, he makes a very positive impression. He's very friendly, very classy, I would say almost. Doesn't let his results overwhelm his thing, but he's got to be feeling some pain here.
Well, I think this game, anything can happen, right? This one definitely seems to be kind of an unpredictable one because he's finally getting the white pieces after 2 blacks. Maybe he's going to be feeling like a little bit more ambitious to try to create something today.
Sure. Let's see what he has come up with.
And finally, in this big matchup of the women, Tan having the black pieces against Goryachkina. So Goryachkina actually trailed in their classical encounters 3 wins to 4 wins. Yes, these ladies have played a lot. And so despite the fact that Goryachkina is quite a bit higher rated, certainly at her peak, she does not have a plus score against Han. But this is a very big game for them. I mean, this is a chance for Goryachkina with the white pieces to take over the lead in the women's tournament. And in general, what are we going to see on the board? Is it going to be c4 or d4 from Goryachkina, or is she going to surprise us with e4? Looks like she's not in a hurry. It looks like it's a c pawn. Nope, it's a d pawn. Okay, d4. So she doesn't offer us a big surprise. d5 on the board. Maybe Tan is going for her Queen's Gambit, which she definitely likes to employ recently. What other moves do we have in the women's side? We have a couple of e4, e5s, actually 3 of them. We already see 2 Spanishes on the board. And this is the only game that is in a d4 opening. Isn't that funny, Vishy? 3 games in a row, we have e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6.
Oh, and if Lei plays bishop b5, it's all 3. Right,
yeah, but Lei actually played bishop c4. So we have 1 Italian
okay, great. Okay.
and 2 Rai Lopez's. Yeah.
It's nice to have a little bit of variety there.
Yeah, and so the main standout is this opening between Garyachkina and Tan. So we do have a Queen's Gambit on the board, and she plays the move 3, knight f3. So like the first choice, which knight do you want to develop? She goes with this knight.
That would suggest that maybe the cat line is still on the menu.
Right, exactly.
I wonder, can you go d4, d5, c4, e6, g3? Or is that
wow.
not allowed?
a6, okay. So this move has gotten quite popular recently. Now white was one of their big options, the move bishop g5.
To provoke f6 or not. And also white can switch tack, which is that having made black commit c5, a6, sorry, you can play knight bd2 and switch to a Catalan, g3, bishop g2. And that could be one idea. But I think it might work better once you're rid of the bishops. So you can go bishop g5. If black replies bishop e7,
yes,
then you take and play knight bd2 and
take the queen.
Yes, and then you go knight bd2, and somehow the c5 break is less effective, and when the knight is on d2 rather than c3.
Would you say that in general, like, because this move a6, we see it all the time now, is it more effective against the move knight c3 than against knight f3?
Look, after a6, if I go c takes d5, e takes d5, knight c3, and you play c6, yeah. So, and then knight f3, c6, and then there's some crazy lines with e4, knight g5, and this kind of stuff. That is at the very sharp end of this. But instead of c6, you could also go knight f6. And even here, the theory is quite interesting. Bishop g5, bishop e6, queen b3, rook a7. So these lines are extremely sharp. And I'll tell you the funny one. It's not it's not rook a7. It's b5. Then I think you can play bishop f6, queen f6, a4, b4, knight d5, queen d8, e4, c6, and now rook queen e3.
Oh, that's a funny move.
And if you take twice, I go rook c1, and I'm threatening bishop c4 and d5. So.
And white's better. Yeah.
Yes.
White's up a pawn.
Well, white's down a piece, but
yeah.
That little detail.
Yeah. That's why it went on for so long. I forgot that white has sacrificed a piece. Oh, wow. Okay, so that's the special thing about this line, that white is not up a pawn, is that white is down a piece and still doing well. Okay, yeah, because you're trying to get the piece back. All right. So let's see if any moves have been made. Well, it looks like the move a6 has caught Garyachkina a little bit off, a little bit caught by surprise.
Again, when you're playing a well-prepared opponent, and again, black doesn't have to play b5. She can go rook a7. But if she does play b5, you'd have to ask yourself, why is she charging down this line, and so on.
Right.
So.
All right, let's do a bird's eye view of the open section.
Yes.
We actually do see a Petrov on the board between Naka and Nepo. Ali Reza going for a London against Gukesh. Caruana Prague is a French, which is super interesting.
Finally our wishes have been answered.
Yes.
We were hoping for something other than e5 and c5, and we got it.
Yeah. So there's a nice variety of openings in the open section.
Yes.
And certainly the more unbalanced one is that French between Caruana and Prague. Abbasov actually surprising Vidit with going with e4. I think that's a bit of a surprise for Abbasov, who's more leaning towards d4 these days. So maybe this is why Vidit is thinking at the very beginning of the game, even in a very well-known position, he's trying to figure out what it is that Abbasov is trying to target.
Which line is Abbasov got to trundle down?
Yeah.
Thing. Also, they have the most information about e4, e5. Is that right? No, what? Vidit has faced one king pawn at Hikaru, and with Gukesh, it was a symmetrical English. So, based on those two, do we actually know what Vidit is going to play with?
Right.
Oh, and there was one Berlin as well. With,
Berlin,
Nepo.
exactly.
So
maybe
there's slightly more information here, and if Abbasov doesn't play c4, then that he doesn't know what exactly Vidit is going to play against d4. So maybe he's just following this path, and it's easier to plot some.
It's interesting. It's an interesting psychological moment because now Vidit has to figure out, like, should I play knight f6 like I did against Nepo, even though, I mean, he had a perfectly fine position, but, you know, what is going to offer him the best chances to win this game, as I'm sure he would like to do. Okay, let's dive into the game between Naka and Nepo.
Yes.
And that's the Petrov that you predicted was very likely to happen in case Hikaru would play e4. It is on the board, and here we go down these main lines.
These lines haven't been exhausted quite as much as you would expect. This stuff was topical when they played in Madrid 2022. And if it's still topical, then you will get a sense that people have probed, but they hit and then they move on. And so nobody is...
So remind me, Vishy, is this is the line that we saw in Prague versus Nepo as well, right? Like...
Yes. But that Prague went knight c3.
Knight c3 in this position, right? That's what I remember. Yeah, somehow we got rid of this knight and...
Takes on c4.
And was there
and
bishop
f5.
Bishop f5. And then how did that go?
Bishop g5.
Queen a5.
Queen a5, knight h4. Bishop e6.
Okay.
Bishop takes e6.
Oh,
Queen
and takes on
g5.
g5. Knight f3. Queen back. And this was the innovation with bishop h3.
Yes.
That fascinating game. Okay. So I see now why Hikaru is kind of going in this direction, but he decides not to go for knight c3 like Prague. He goes for rook e1, bishop f5, queen b3. I feel like I've seen these positions a lot. And we're still in theory, right, Vishy? We're probably not going to leave theory for a while. What about this g3 move? Is that...
He's done something against it. What has he done? a5. Okay, so that... It looks strong.
a5, what looks strong? a5?
a5. I mean, I don't know the point yet, but it looks like it has a big point. So.
Well, so far I'm still, let's actually clear up the point of the move g3. Because g3 is not a developing move. You're not defending yourself from checkmate. So what is the point of this move to begin with?
Well, queen takes b7 is a threat because you don't have bishop takes h2 check.
That's important, isn't it? So the problem for black in this position is actually how to get this knight out.
Yes. So one of the main lines, which I have played a few times, is knight c3. Knight takes c3. Bishop takes f5. Queen takes f5. And now if b takes c3, I'll go b6. So instead of b takes c3, I've played queen takes b7.
Queen takes b7. Okay, Hikaru, by the way, answering that quite quickly with the move knight bd2. So I think he's in his prep. But let's just look at this for a second. Queen b7.
And black goes queen d7. So threatening to capture on h2.
Queen. Is that a rook that we can take?
Yeah. And then I go knight e4.
And you're saying the queen has like trouble coming out because she can't really go here.
Yes, and I think somehow you're supposed to go, is it rook e3 here? No, rook e3, you just walk into knight a6.
Oh, yeah, because again, the queen is trapped and she cannot go anywhere because of bishop
So the idea of
h2.
rook e3 was to support it with rook b3.
Yeah,
But if you go back a second,
trying to find like which move doesn't lose here for whites, yeah? So basically you're threatening knight a6 winning the queen.
yes.
Quite unpleasant. Is it some kind of g3? Can you go there, or is it just...
Well, then I could play, what could I play?
Oh, it seems to survive.
Yes. I mean, I could go bishop takes g3 and knight a6 and we get some sort of...
Yeah. You get the 2 rooks for the queen. I have to take. And then it's somehow balanced despite being completely unbalanced. Okay, let's go back a little bit. So basically, to make a long story short, you're saying this move g3 is just about attacking this pawn so you don't get your queen captured. Just a tactical point.
Yes.
Okay. So now Nepo needs to protect this b7 pawn. He goes for a5, and Hikaru develops his knight. So let's get clear on why this pawn cannot
By the way,
get captured.
Just go back a second. On move 11.
By the way, we have a response from Nepo. He's played bishop e6.
Okay, all pretty straightforward so far because white cannot capture on e4 because that bishop is pointing on b3.
But move 11, you said?
Yeah, move 11. Instead of c5,
Yes.
you can do it with knight c3 here. Knight takes c3. Bishop takes f5. Queen takes f5. Queen takes b7. So in this move order, there's still the tension cd5.
Right.
So black plays queen d7, whereupon I take it on d7. You take with the knight. I go c5.
Wow.
If you take on c3, I take on c4, and the knight comes to b6.
And it's just,
protecting
yeah,
it.
kind of equal.
So you take on, you go c5. Now black plays bishop h2, knight h2, knight e4. And turns out black has enough counterplay here, though the white will sometimes try f4, b4, b5, and then that knight potentially coming via g4 to e3 or something like that. But black seems to have enough counterplay. Of course, these things have been analyzed no end by now. So recently the trend has moved towards this c5 move.
Okay,
And
c5.
then some quiet move, g3, knight bd2, I think Levon played once.
Oh, right.
Oh,
So
okay,
stuff
now we
is
have some
happening.
action, yeah.
Okay, they're really going deep in their preparation. Knight d2, bishop e6, queen takes b7, knight takes f2. Okay, you cannot take the knight because the bishop takes g3, winning the queen.
Okay, let's go back a bit and go over this in some detail. He's gone queen takes b7. I thought the move must be knight a6, but apparently that's not it. The idea was that if bishop a6, I go rook fb8. Oh, but maybe just knight e5. But there might be just enough counterplay there. I take on e5. You take on d7. I take with the bishop, and now you have to defend both against a6 and d2 and so on. But this isn't... Okay, so queen takes b7 happened, and then instantly Jan went knight takes f2.
Yeah. And
And
Hikaru.
the point is simply king f2, this old bishop g3. So instead of giving the bishop for free, he takes a pawn. And again, it's obvious this is all computer stuff. And then he has to take on a8.
Wow.
And let's put it this way. We think this is exciting, but I think both of them already have in mind some endgame well down the line with some small difference of evaluation or perhaps
Yeah.
of possibility.
Interesting, like how Jan is clearly just trying to recall the moves.
Yeah, so
you
knight
know?
g3 check. Again, this is very nice because you get very good attacking tries with some bishop f5, e4 maybe potentially one day.
And let's actually figure out what we're seeing on the board. So black has sacrificed an exchange. White's king is a bit open. So black has sacrificed an exchange and a pawn.
Yes.
Okay, so, and yet the computer eval is giving this as equal, and that must be because, well, white's development here is not that great, plus the queen is a bit trapped.
Also, if I play queen c8, you don't have, I mean, queen a7 is the only sort of lame move. But maybe, no, it's not even rook takes e6. So what would the move be? Maybe b4.
You're trying to like free your pieces, yeah?
That's equal. So
Well, what are you trying to do with this move?
I just want to illustrate that there's a possibility that I can stop the queen. Queen
Yeah.
c8 is not very nice because I lose the same flexibility. No, this, I think the danger is knight g5 and bishop h3, and that's it. That's the better combination.
Okay.
No, it actually spoils a lot of the advantage.
Yeah, I'm just curious, like, the computer is giving this position as, like, let's say, a lot better for black after
Maybe
I
bishop
tried
takes
this move.
e5,
So
which is not it either, apparently. But anyway, let's go down that line and see what happens.
bishop takes. Okay, let's say rook takes.
And then f6. And then you come back, and I try to play knight g5 and bishop h3 and claim that your king is very weak.
Yeah, well, hold on. There's a -5 advantage here. Let's do our best to find that one, Vishy.
Knight f4 check?
That looks like it's it, right? Give up
I
the
don't
knight.
see the win.
Oh,
no, in
no.
fact, yes, exactly.
Looks like
Probably
it's
because it isn't there. But hang on.
because here we save ourselves. How do we save ourselves? We just go king h1.
King h1, rook
and
g1.
Rook
That's
g1.
it. And the knight on d2 is beautifully defending f3 and e4. So
Yeah.
that's the
So,
problem.
but there is some win right here for black.
Maybe some rook h8, king g6, and mate on the h pattern. What about bishop g4?
What does that threaten? Queen f5 or?
Queen f5. Yes, that was it. And if queen takes a5, I go queen f5, rook f1, queen d3, and already e2 is crumbling.
It's kind of interesting how you've lined up everything on this diagonal.
Yeah.
And okay, you're threatening checkmate, kind of getting close. Yes, you're threatening a checkmate like that. So you're saying I need to defend with rook f1.
And then queen d3.
Queen
maybe?
d3. And you're sort of infiltrating here.
Yes.
Interesting. So, okay, this sort of sample line, it illustrates, I guess, a little bit of the nature of the position, which is that do we have Hikaru playing king h2 already? King g2, yeah. So this is the position on the board. So white's king is potentially rather weak, especially because this main defender is far away, and white's development is not ideal by any means. So that the black definitely has compensation for the exchange.
What if I go bishop g4? How is that? Is that very lame?
It seems quite possible.
Okay, you bring your queen out to b7. And I play f5.
Okay. I guess one thing that white also has going in their favor is that this knight on b8 is also not developed.
So it's not f5 apparently. Maybe it's rook e8. Just try rook e8. Yeah, we're still holding flat 0 here with rook e8 and bishop g4. So I'm sort of sniffing the z2 square and trying to... If I come back queen b3 now, then you take on e1, because what else? Knight e1, you can play queen f5. Oh, that's you. Oh, queen d3 wins, sorry, not queen f5.
Once we get the queen trade, we're just clearly winning with our extra material, so you can't fall
So
into
it's
that.
what, queen e6 maybe?
You want to just let your knight out to d7.
And apparently this is enough piece play for equality for black. I can go queen c2 check.
And if I go here,
Well, then bishop f5. Then you have to go to f1
queen f1.
or queen f3. Yeah, and now, but I have knight f4 check maybe. But anyway, you step aside king h1,
King h1.
bishop h3. He has gone bishop g4. So so far he seems pretty happy with things.
Yeah.
But again, this is one of the few instances where commentators are way behind the players because
they have
we are seeing the
analysis.
they have the whole line still. So they're not yet at the stage where he's gone queen b7, so we're not too bad at the guessing. So queen b7.
Yeah.
So I'm threatening to run back queen b3 and somewhere strong. The computer said rook e8 was fine, so I suspect that might be the move.
I mean, rook e8 makes a lot of sense, right? Because this piece is one of white's best pieces. This one is not doing anything. So challenging for the open file, trying to get closer to this king makes a lot of sense. There's not a whole lot of other options for black, right?
Instead of queen b7, could I have played b4?
I guess I'll be going rook e8 anyway.
But then I have bishop b2 and my rooks are connected.
Ah, that's your idea.
So I wanted to see how this is going. Bishop b2.
Yeah.
And the computer still doesn't care.
It's even starting to like black a bit. Why does it like black?
But it's not in love with black. It's only like black.
It's only the beginning.
Minus 1.1 or minus 0.7 is, he should be ecstatic or not at all.
Right.
And that doesn't make too much sense to me. So, okay, go back to b4. Let's see. Yeah, b4. Let's see if there's something else. Maybe f5, f4. Just try f5.
So you have this pretty powerful idea. You have actually getting your rook into the game by moving the f-pawn.
Yes. And now if bishop b2, I go f4. Oh, this is already lost.
Yeah, I think it's because the bishop is not helping out, right?
Yes. No, I was just trying to connect the rooks, but it's just too slow, it seems. Okay, go back from bishop b2.
So basically, okay, this is a really huge threat. We got to act quickly.
b5 maybe? But I don't see the point. b5, you just play cb5.
Probably just take it, yeah.
Or even f4.
You even get this square at some point. So, okay, well, Hikaru played queen b7 quite fast, so he's still in his preparation. Nepo is definitely taking his time here. So look, the computer bar is telling us even. Who do you think it's easier to play for practically? Or do you think it's not even a relevant question because it's just what you've prepared at home?
What you prepare at home. Hikaru's thinking might simply indicate that he knows 2 or 3 lines till the end and he's trying to decide which one he'd rather use. But this is a position where they're checking their memory.
You don't think it's like one of those things where, well, at some point the prep runs out and it still says equal, and then that question could be relevant, like, well, which side is it easier to play for? You don't think we can get there?
We could. The problem is I don't know the whole line, so I don't know what it is they find easy or difficult. If I know the whole line myself, then I would be able to put myself in their place much more easily. At this point, I simply don't know the whole line.
But we are having some fun looking for black's attacking possibilities here. Like, it's clear that, well, black is down a lot of material, so he must have a lot of compensation in terms of piece play.
Yeah, that's why I really wanted to make 1 or 2 waste moves. b3, even a4 is not ridiculous. Instead of b3, instead of queen b7. a4 with the idea rook a3. It's another way to get the thing, but you see the thing dropped like a stone. It's -6.
Well, this queen must be getting trapped.
Maybe it's rook e8.
Isn't there anything we can rook e8 like just like that?
Yeah. Yes. And apparently I'm losing the fight for the e2 square.
Yeah. So there's no time to waste for white at all.
Yeah. So even though I'm trying to get my rook to e3, apparently that's way too slow.
Okay, so Hikaru plays queen b7.
Hang on, I've got to understand this anyway. I see. The point is you take on e1, a4, rook e8, rook a3. You take on e1 and go queen e6. And then it's game over. Queen e6, and then it's over. Yeah, so that's the problem. Fine.
And there's just nobody to guard e2 because the white queen cannot even come to a6. Okay, makes sense. I mean, of course,
the white queen at the moment has the range of the white king. I mean, it can go 1 square at a time.
Yeah.
Can't do very much. So.
Okay, so white plays queen
Queen
b7.
b7,
So
okay.
now let's see the difference again. So when black goes rook e8 and initiates this fight for the e file, which by the way, Nepo actually did instantly.
And he
Rook
gave him the
e8.
look.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, at least we know that all of this is preparation, right? It's like the players are feeling pretty comfortable because they don't have to come up with these moves by themselves.
Right now, there are two very lonely computers engines sitting somewhere,
Fighting
feeling
against
that
each
they're
other.
not getting any credit for their lovely work.
But we're giving them a lot of credit, right? I mean, I think the players
They're anonymous. They're just engines. They don't have a name. They don't have a...
So queen b3, Vishy. And so your idea is that you're trying to get the queen in to at least guard this king. That's why this queen is coming back so fast, and that's why Hikaru played this move.
Again, I'm slightly baffled as to why queen b3, d3 check.
So right now it's black's turn. What is black going to do? We looked at rook e1. We looked at rook takes e1.
But that didn't work because queen f5 didn't work.
Right, but
queen
queen e6 was fine, yeah. So like he can take.
Yeah.
It actually makes sense to pull the knight back.
And queen e6.
And then bring out the queen so you can...
Now I'm in trouble with any move which is not queen d3 check or queen c2 check. Let's try queen c2.
c2 looks kind of weird, but I guess you want to go knight f3.
No, after bishop f5. I want to go queen d1. Whereas
But
after
if I block the check, then you would go like knight.
Then I would go knight df3.
Like
and
that.
I'm already seriously better, it seems.
So the queen guards, and that's sort of like the build-up of the harmony. Okay, and that's why you're saying bishop f5. Oh, here's a repetition. Or no, it's not, because you're not gonna...
No, knight df3. What's the repetition?
Yeah, there's no repetition, because you're gonna block with the knight.
Okay, no, but hang on. So now just come back a second. I can't play queen e3 because a queen h5 check takes f5. Because otherwise queen e3 would be very strong. Just put it on the board and see. But queen h5 check as well. Yeah, wipe it out. Yeah, and queen takes f5, and that's it. So it's not this, it's not that. It's, maybe it could be knight d7, I don't know.
Knight d7, maybe. I mean, is it time for us to be playing this move or not?
All right, before we immerse ourselves completely in this position, why don't we have a bird's eye view of the other games and then of the women's section, and we'll go from there.
All right, so Firouzja versus Gukesh is developing in an interesting way, especially because I see that white has that pawn on h4, indicating some aggressive intentions on the king side. Then we have Caruana versus Prague. They're in the French, so we'll want to go there and see like one pair of pieces has been traded. It's actually black's light squared bishop has, Prague has managed to get him off the board, which is usually a dream in the French.
The only thing which might be slightly worrying is that this knight on c4, it's all dressed up and nowhere to go.
Let's jump into that game.
Beautiful there, but it's not doing anything.
Between Caruana and Prague. So where did that trade happen? We had a French defense. They advanced French. And Prague, I feel like, played that himself in a really nice game that he had against the Hungarian player Burkesh at the World Cup. Okay. So he chose that line himself as white, but now he's on the black side. So knight c6, knight f3, queen b6, a3. I'm pretty sure Prague was playing that way as well. b4. So basically, Vishy, to explain to our newer viewers, like the point of this pawn move, how would you explain it?
Okay, so white is fighting for space on the queen side, because if white doesn't do this, if you go back to without a3, then the question is, how do you develop that bishop on f1?
Right.
If you go bishop d3, then black captures on d4. And by the way, this is a major line these days. After bishop d7, black is threatening to capture. But white sometimes just castles, allows the sacrifice, and then that's one pathway. You can sacrifice that pawn. But what has become very popular recently is, bishop d3, c takes d4,
Oh, and
knight bd2.
right.
So what they're trying to, or castles and then knight bd2. And what they're saying is, I want that gambit thing, but I want it with my pawn on c3. I don't want it on b2 because then I take away some key squares. So if black captures on c3, white captures, then white sometimes has rook b1, potentially has knight b3, d4. A la computer, they throw in h4, h5 somewhere. And you have a sharp position which still hasn't been totally analyzed.
What's the name of this gambit again? Is this something Milner-Berry? Is it the Milner-Berry gambit, or why am I thinking of that? It has a name when we give up that d4 pawn. Yeah, the Milner-Berry. Oh, thank you so much to our producers for...
That is the Milner-Berry. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. And so basically you're saying there's another version of that gambit that has become popular these days.
It hasn't yet found a name, but it's just trying to get the Milner-Berry with a pawn on c3 rather than on b2. So literally you allow black to capture on c3 and you get a... But the point is that pawn is converting some, covering some important squares like the d4 square and the b4 square, and with some differences. Anyway, long story, a3 is the other old and popular line, and the idea is knight, you take on d4. No, not here. You go bishop d7 because we want white to come in, then b4. C takes d4, c takes d4. And now if knight g7.
Yeah, can I ask you one question? I'm sorry. Like, in general, how bad of a move is the move c4? Like, I mean, let's say you keep everything closed. What is white's general plan? Like, when the position is so locked up, all 8 pawns, no pawn breaks. Like, white's long-term plan in this position would be what?
Expand on the king side. The thing is, again, do you want the pawn on b2 where it's slightly weak but can still break with b3? Or do you want, so then black leaves the pawn on b2 and plays knight a5 sometimes? Or this. And but generally I think here the engine's like white, and so people haven't looked at it.
Actually,
and people used to think that I could play a4, keep some possibilities on the queen side, and then continue on the king side where white is superior.
Okay, so people take on d4. And
rook
then
c8,
rook c8,
bishop b2, and now knight a5 is already possible.
Using the pin.
Right, but instead they go knight e7, knight c3, and then knight a5.
Yeah, and at this point you really have to go knight a5, right? Because isn't this a problem?
Yes.
So you're going knight a5 not only to improve your knight, but also to kind of maybe control the a4 square. Oh, and knight a4 happens, and I guess that's how that trade happens.
Exactly. Queen c6, knight c5, knight c4, knight d7, queen d7. Sorry, b6, knight d7, queen, bishop d3. And now what makes me think that Pragg is still in preparation is he didn't take too long and he went g6, which again is strange if you think that other knight is being left without even any squares. But if you play g6 fast, then it means you've looked at this and you're going to play bishop h6, and you feel that, and you know that black has a plan. Perhaps it's removing the bishop, doubling on the c file, and all that potential energy of maybe one day unleashing something on the c file, or bishop g7. But at any rate, it's pretty clear that Pragg is also in preparation.
Can we just comment on how diverse Pragg has been in his opening choices?
Sure.
I mean, because he came out with that e4, e5, and that aggressive f5 move against Vidit, but now he's going to a completely different opening, the French, and I feel like he's probably had a game in e4, a quieter game with e4, e5 against Hikaru when he was black, where he got that pretty easy draw. I think that was the Italian. Was that the Italian? It felt like it was an Italian.
It was this knight c3 Italian, bishop e3 Italian, very early bishop e3.
So, and now he's coming out with the French against Caruana. So, I mean, there is a lot of diversity in these opening choices, and that's probably...
He seems to have worked incredibly hard on his openings.
Yeah, and it looks like you know, that's why he's getting these interesting positions in pretty much every game, surprising his kind kind of more experienced opponents. So let's talk about this position, because strategically it's super interesting. We already have an imbalance of white having the two bishops versus the bishop and the knight. And actually, how do we even understand this move? Is black trying to fianchetto and try to play f6?
I'm going to guess that it's probably bishop h6. F6 looks weak to me, but any rate, white has committed b4. So the knight is impregnable on c4. I could play bishop g7, rook c7, rook c8. The only question is that you sidestep queen e2 and bishop e1, and then my knight is again looking, it's beautiful, but it's blocking the file for black's pieces, not for white's pieces. So in a way, there's no way for black to get rid of the knight. And so my guess would be bishop h6 somehow. You might as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the move h4, and I'm really wondering, are you going to go for h5? Or
I might go h5 because if you think about it, I can play bishop h6 and knight f5 and say, if you want to take it, I'll take it to the g pawn.
Yes.
You no longer have g4 to kick it out very easily. Your bishop can't go to d2 and go to g5, which would be very healthy because I just take it off. I mean, I would either take that bishop or I take the other bishop with knight b2. So it looks like a very interesting position. I'm very curious to see how it unfolds.
Yeah, and also, I guess another question is if white castles. I mean, at this point, at least this move is a theoretical possibility, but I guess it's just a very bad move, right? Like black should not be doing these tactics against
I
the
think
bishop.
the problem is just that f7 is so weak. I don't know, knight g5 might work in some way. Or queen d2. No, this was not a good way to do it. Queen e2 maybe, and I kick you out via bishop b5.
Do you think this is not good because of, I don't know, what do you think is actually wrong with this move? Like, is it knight f5?
I think there it doesn't work because you take on f7 and knight d6, but maybe knight f5. No, I just felt that, oh, it's not knight f5, so it has to be bishop h6. Knight f7, yeah, wow.
Because I mean, I'm going to have this check, so I was kind of like wondering why this isn't better for white.
King h1, this must be awful. Oh, castles, that's fantastic.
Black can still a castle. Yeah.
Once more, it's nice to have these refresher courses on castling rules.
Yeah.
Because for a second, I would not have been 100% sure to answer if you had asked me, can I castle here?
Yeah, because it's move 20, right? And black hasn't gotten to it yet. So it's not knight g5 that would be winning here, but it's something else.
Queen e2.
So maybe
queen e2 and then just bishop b5.
Okay. Yes.
The fact that you have played b6 means that your c6 is quite weak.
Yeah, good point. Okay, and black is just doing quite badly here. So this tactic by black is not going to be
But you
playable.
can do it after bishop h6 because then your king can run away. So bishop h6, let's say. Castles. Did he castle?
He's still thinking about what he wants to do. Castles is just our suggestion. Yeah, so bishop h6. And you're saying that now this could be an idea.
Which one the computer prefers, bishop h6 or g7?
All right, so right now it's at 0.2. So
it thinks bishop g7 is superior to bishop h6. So I've been in love with bishop h6, but it's not impressed.
And I guess this must be the reason, because there's no other reason to put the bishop on g7 if you're not going to play f6. So let's try and move for a white bishop, like, I don't know, queen e2.
Yeah.
Okay, you're going to castle, obviously. Oh,
yes.
Maybe not so obvious, but let's say you castle. And what, do we play like rook fe1?
Well, then knight takes e5.
I finally blundered.
I don't have to only go to e3.
Right. So, well, you know, the point is that I used to have that answer, but now you take again, and I lose the attack on your queen, and then you win my bishop back. Okay. So I finally blundered that. So my move here has to be saving this bishop. Not so easy to do, given that I don't really have rook c1 because of this pawn.
Well, you could do rook fc1.
But I want it to be here. If I go here, and the moment of truth. But you're saying, like, you're going to take and then what, move your rook back?
I don't think f6 is such a great move, simply. Maybe I'm wrong. So
But how
let's
can this
have a-
bishop exist? It's not a great move. So you take, and I think just going back.
I was
right?
even hoping for a4, and this is good, yeah, because it's very specific. But I was thinking a4, b5 is a threat. I can then follow up with bishop b4 somewhere.
Yeah, even like that. Wow. You're gonna found a nice plan to improve your bishop.
Yes. So
So you really don't, it's interesting. So the computer likes the bishop here, but doesn't want to play f6. So it basically means.
sometimes it just wants to castle and get out of the way, but
Yeah.
it doesn't think h6 is appropriate for some reason. That's interesting.
But actually, Vishy, so the plan that you're saying in general here, I mean, it's still probably what white would love to do, right?
Of course, a4 black can meet it with a6, so it's not a foolproof thing. But I'd like to play. We have had some more action with Hikaru and Jan.
Yeah, I'm so fascinated by this position.
Yeah,
though,
we'll
like,
come back. Let's think. I mean, today is a
maybe
golden
it's
day. Yeah.
just maybe just the doubling of the rooks. Okay.
Today is going to be a fantastic day. We have such interesting games. I mean, this one, even if it's probably going to end in a draw, we're going to have fun figuring out what that line is. He's gone queen d3. All this has happened fast,
Queen d3, yeah.
which suggests to me that
Oh, Nepo
there's
has
still a lot of the line left.
gone into a deep trance, trying to remember his preparation. Queen d3. But when you were trying to recall lines, Vishy, you didn't go into this thinking pose, did you? I don't recall seeing you using that one.
I have looked at the ceiling, Queen's Gambit turn,
Yeah,
but not the full flat bed.
right. Oh, that's what that is.
No, it's not the full flat bed. It's the economy seat flop. But
Yeah, I have to get into that pose.
we have to get the full flat bed, and
Yeah.
then just if a chair can just slip back a bit, then you try to remember what you're doing. Okay.
So Queen d3, yeah, that was actually okay. He had two choices.
Queen c to a d3.
Yeah, and he went for Queen d3, and Nepo is thinking here. So what do we recommend for him? What did we look at? Was it bishop f5?
Well, try king g8 and we'll know. Is that a mistake? No, that's also equal.
So king g8 is playable. Bishop
Bishop
f5
f5
is
not as well. So queen
not as good.
it must be queen f3 then. No, but then have a look after bishop f5 what's happening.
And f5 you think is just bad? Because
It looks awful.
yeah, because we just come in like that.
And next I'll play queen e3 and get going.
Queen e3 you said, yeah?
Yeah, well, I can now push you off the file as well and so on.
So black has to walk a very fine line here in a
Known
way.
as knowing your lines.
Yeah. Right. No, it's a foreign concept to me. I mean, I'll be honest with you, Vishy, like in my games, I don't need to be on move 21 recalling some preparation. Like let's literally never, like it's never happened. It's just not the point that my games get to,
Sure, well, you can have a style which gives you more flexibility on that score.
Yeah,
you
that's
have
true.
more jumping off paths. But in this particular case, having gotten this far, you can't slip out. You have to play these positions for exactly what they were.
Okay, so let's try to understand, okay, why
Why
king
is king
g8?
g8 so superior?
Yes.
So knight, there are two moves, right? Knight e to f3 and knight d to f3. Knight d to f3, let's try. You can, if you go bishop f5, this is better for black. So knight df3 was a mistake. No, well, bishop f5 was also a mistake. This is
So
getting
let's say go
confusing.
queen e3.
Yeah, bishop e4 I was hoping. but
Bishop
just maybe
e4.
king f1 or something. Or bishop d2, then you'll play g5, I think.
So let's get some pieces out. And g5.
I mean, for lack of anything else. No, that's a bad move.
Why is it bad?
Just when we think we understand chess,
Yeah.
revealed to be.
No, why is it bad though? It's like it's a very natural move. You want to win a piece.
So I guess king f1.
That's it.
Yes.
Yeah, you know what? It really doesn't take much for black to give white the advantage here because white has this quite substantial material advantage, right? So like as soon as black's threats run out, like the computer is just giving white the edge.
Yes.
So apparently G5 is not the move, but black is doing fine here with something else. Is it F5?
Maybe it's F5.
All right, let's give it a try.
Or bring the other knight.
You want to just finally develop this knight?
Yeah, knight d7, knight f6, knight g4 would be kind of fun, right?
Yeah, you definitely don't want to not use your pieces when you already have less of them. So knight d7. Okay, let's go knight d3. It loses the game. Why?
Okay, let's try knight f6.
Knight f6, you just come in. Okay. So I guess you're saying to me that this invasion is actually quite painful. Well, I don't know. Let me just play some moves since I have no idea what's going on. Here we go. I brought in all my pieces. Like, why am I losing? Is it G5?
I think it's knight g4. Though it dropped slightly.
Maybe G5?
Oh, now that the rook has blocked the way.
Yeah. There's no escape, so we're... Okay, well, this is an example of how things can go badly wrong for white, just trying to move his pieces to reasonable looking squares. So there is precision required from both sides. So like, for example, this position is balanced, but we lost it in 2 moves of developing pieces, right? So it goes to show that not only black has risk here, but white as well. Because I mean, knight d3, rook f1 was not like, you know, wasn't an outrageous idea to get some pieces out.
But knight df3 itself was not popular. So let's go back and see what, after king g8, what I'm supposed to do. Maybe it's knight ef3.
Okay. Ooh,
He's gone bishop f5, which is,
f5.
well, according to the instant opinion of our
Powerful engine.
perhaps not the greatest engine,
Yeah.
it might actually be an inferior move. So what is it? Maybe queen f3.
Was it queen f1 that we were looking at here?
No, then I have knight f4 check and it bothered me a bit. Because I have the bishop h3 check. No, but that.
Yeah, I think we did glance at this at some point, but it wasn't obvious like what was wrong with this. But the computer liked queen f3, and I think Oh, Hikaru
He
goes
has
back
gone
to
queen
f1.
f1. You're right. So it is f1 apparently.
Yeah.
Queen f3 is a mistake because do you even want to pause and see?
Yeah.
What is it? Knight d7 or what?
Well, at some point maybe this
Or
knight
g5.
can hang.
Maybe it's g5. Yes. G5 and g4 and I push you back, and then your king is awfully weak.
Okay, so Hikaru instantly plays queen f1. Well, you know, he has the luxury of being the person who checked his lines more recently.
This morning, and probably Jan at least a week back.
Yeah, Jan is, you know, has spent 45 minutes, and it's clear that he's trying to recall things, but Hikaru is very confident about what he should be doing.
But now the evaluation has dropped to 0. So maybe, I mean, Jan is not someone who, for whom this line, he played bishop f5 and forgot to leave his engine to a certain depth.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure.
On the other hand, you know, when I see this game, of course, I'm really fascinated by the position and analyzing it. But you just kind of feel like for the players, it's not that exciting, is it? To be like just sitting there and remembering, they're not discovering this stuff, right? They're just supposed to remember some lines. And sometimes you have those games where you forget one move in a sharp line and you lose. And it's like, where's the joy from that?
It's easy to make fun of that, but there's a joy in remembering as well, and remembering the details and remembering how, there is a certain joy. I wouldn't swat it away. It's just the same as finding a move at the board. If you refind it and you find the logic again, even with a few hints, you've got a few clues, but you still have to find it. No, I wouldn't be too dismissive. But I agree. There gets a point when everyone thinks the engine preparation is too much.
Yeah.
Sure. But I think it's nice. Having gotten here, you'll feel happy if you do a good job and remember what you're supposed to remember.
Well, yeah, it's been 22 moves in. We're still in Hikaru's prep, and he plays Queen F1. Nepo, I guess, is not at the board yet. And let's figure out Nepo's move here. Is it going to be developing this knight to d7? I mean, at some point, you have to get this knight into the game.
What about g5?
What's the hurry with that move? You want to just get the pawn to g4?
If I get it to g4, then my knight is free. Then my bishop doesn't have to defend it, and but I've lost a square for the other knight. I don't know.
Yeah, g5 is interesting looking. Well, how do I start getting my pieces out? Like, I guess he's going to hate this move. I have a feeling. It's just I'm walking into some bishop e4, right? And we're going to have some big problems. So it's not easy for white to figure out a good move here. I basically have to keep holding this square.
No,
I have an idea.
Dropping a bit faster after this.
But I have a cool idea. I have no idea. But like, it's rook a1.
I have an idea.
I have an idea.
I have no idea.
If it's any good. Yeah. Well, I know what I'm going to suggest. It's a bit weird, Vishy, but you gave me this idea earlier. And I'm just thinking, like, can I try to get my rook into the game like this? No. I mean, I was trying, it's not great.
I think the problem is knight a6 here, because I have the b4 square now. You can't even stop me with a3. Not even. A6. This is beautiful. The computer was saying +1.
Right.
The eval was saying +1. You went a4, it went to -1.
Right.
I explained the -1 to you as being as a result of knight a6.
Right.
After which the computer jumped to +1 again.
Plus
just to show how what a swing there is. Okay, so let's go back and try to understand
the point here?
The
point is, like, you're saying I can't take you
because
of queen e1, and
that's
somehow
you
want to threaten all of these things. And then your point was obviously that if queen f1, actually, we don't know exactly, because the knight's protecting, so I don't quite easily fall into all the tactics of knight f4, bishop h3. Because let's just show people that in this tactic, it's very important that the knight is protecting the queen, so you can't kind of pull me away. So somehow white holds the balance, but...
Okay, so let's go back and try queen f1. What did we try? g5, it was not happy, right? g5, it wasn't happy.
Where? This move?
g5, so it wants something else.
Yeah, it wants something else than g5, so you want to...
It's been on for a while, and it now seems to give a stable edge for white. Of course, this could be just misreading, and the position at the end might not have any edge at all. But knight d7.
So it's kind of like these two moves are probably the main options here for Jan.
But if it was king g8 and not bishop f5, Jan would remember that. So I don't think he's forgotten his prep or anything.
Really?
On the other hand, whom did he forget his prep against? Against Prague. So
yeah, he also said that he kind of forgot his prep against Perugia. That one with the doubled f pawns and the queen going to d3. Right. He couldn't quite recall that one either. It's just because I think there's an enormous amount of material
to remember. Yeah.
Yeah. So, all right, let's take a look at what is going on between
we haven't seen Ali Reza
and Gukash. And Ali Reza, lower on time, but coming up with some unusual idea. So, for example, Gukash is managing to trade off that bad bishop, which actually looks very nice that he's able to do that. And Ali Reza answers with h4.
So what about knight b7, rook h3 has been played? And what about taking on f1 and bishop d6?
Okay, so that's very, very solid. And what is the point of this rook being here? Was it supposed to go to g3 at some point, or doesn't really feel like that? Okay.
Can we
I guess
quickly
I'm
stick to
gonna
Prague? Just see what Prague and Fabi are doing before we come
Okay,
back.
sure.
Okay, so they're still thinking, and Queen E2 has happened. Okay, let's go back. Come back to this later. Alireza against Firouzja, maybe. Sorry, against Gukesh. Yeah.
Here we go. Okay, so you're saying take, and I have to make a decision here.
Yes.
Well, my most obvious one is just to take. I don't really see how I can preserve this bishop, although there is some stuff with knight e5 that I can look at. And maybe that's the thing. Maybe I should go in with knight e5.
Sure.
Using the fact that you can't take me because of the fork. If bishop takes, I'll take with the pawn. Reminds me a little bit of Tan's game against Musachuk yesterday. I mean, trading just feels like we're going nowhere, so I don't see any point to that. I think black will be fine. So we got to keep some pieces on the board. Do you want a castle? We'll try.
Okay, but then h5.
Okay. Now let's see how Alireza can build up his attack. So you're saying h5, which I generally quite like. So there's that. I mean, there was also g4, but I don't know which of these two. I guess the engine definitely doesn't love this one quite as much.
g4, I might just play Queen c7.
Like, I don't know, Queen e2.
Yeah. I agree. I can't quite make this.
We can try, but h5 is logical, right? Let's go h5. And then the question is, I guess you're going to let me push, aren't you? You're going to like be counting on this g6 move. But overall, I mean, this game I think has potential to evolve in an interesting way. I mean,
Sure.
We already can see that, well, white's king is probably going to be on f1. It's not really unusual because pretty much almost the same thing as being castled. But white definitely has these attacking ideas with this h4, rook h3 construction. So for now, this game seems pretty promising. Now, Abasa versus Vidit. Let's take a look. Vidit lower on the clock. What did he choose after bishop b5? He was thinking for a while. He went for knight f6. Offering the Berlin, but unlike Nepo, Abasa decides to play the anti-Berlin, just protecting the pawn. Taking here, knight d7, knight c3, queen e7. Okay, offer a trade. b6, a3, bishop b7, b4, a5, and knight e2. So interesting. So white decided that his knight was not really well placed here. And he decides to, by moving it, that it basically protects this pawn because this one will hang in the end.
Okay, if I castle, what do you do? Or if I play c5?
You're saying that black is basically fine.
My point was if b takes a5, I'll capture with the rook, obviously. If b5, I'll just castle long.
So this is like your opportunity to open the bishop and just get rid of the double pawns. It looks very comfortable.
Yes. Also, the problem was if I castle, he has b takes a5, so I need to make a decision there first.
And if pawn takes, you're going to take with
Queen.
The queen.
I don't know, queen or knight, but I like queen because I force you to decide about the e-pawn.
Yeah. And if I go with d4, you just go back.
Yeah, go back, and now e7 is, e4 is under pressure. So,
Yeah, but let your bishop become a little bit more active.
yes.
Okay, so you like c5, although he also can play something like castles.
Yes.
So what can we say about this position? I mean, Vidit is pretty comfortable, half an hour lower on the clock, but not really experiencing any problems in the position.
Yes, and I think Nijat hasn't gotten anything, and okay, black starting on equal terms, not having to neutralize anything.
He actually went for castles
Okay.
in this position, castles. Okay. So at this point, do we need to do anything about this threat? I think we do, right?
But which yeah, takes on before, sure.
Yeah, because at this point, like you would just take and then the rooks are connected to each other. So what do we do here? Do we go for the terrible looking c3? I doubt it. Queen d2? Maybe. I guess we should just do that, right?
Yeah,
Because the queen can come out to like c3 in some cases.
sure.
And
He's got knight
he's
g3.
got knight g3. Okay.
But what is he doing? If I go ab4,
Yeah, I guess he really wants that knight in f5.
f5, queen c5, what's this point? Knight g5 or something?
Apparently white's already winning
Yeah,
here.
yeah. But trying to understand why.
Yeah.
d4, then queen c3, right?
Well, I feel like maybe we gotta go in with, well, let's see if we should calculate something first. Should we throw in this trade?
Went up queen b4?
And then maybe like move in our knight somewhere? Or it's like, okay.
Wait a second, let's just
We're
think
on
a
the
little
right
bit.
track. We're on the right track. Well, I guess this is wrong. Wow. Oh wait, is there knight g7? King g7, knight h4? But I mean, king h8. What could be giving such a powerful evaluation here for white? Should we throw in the trade? Let's throw in the trade. No, that loses a lot of our advantage.
Actually, one of my ideas was instead of ab4 to play queen e1 threatening ab4. And if you go ba3, go queen g3. But this drops the advantage so fast. It's funny. Queen g3, g6, knight g5, something to that effect.
Okay,
Yeah.
actually, we did get to a winning position for white. So your idea definitely makes sense. It kind of, I guess, requires something very specific from black.
So what, g6?
Should I be taking the c2 pawn?
But then queen g3 and knight g5 should be very strong, no?
Well, yeah, this knight g3 move by Abbasov, it definitely,
I mean, if you just wanted to make a move with the hand, you just go g6
you go
and stall
g6,
everything.
yeah. Like, I mean, I
So
guess
that would be
Vidit
sensible.
is not probably going to be tempted into this a takes b4 move. Yeah.
I suspect, yeah, the problem is not that knight e2 looks good or bad. It's just that taking the pawn when your opponent is offered feels
Yeah.
just a bit naive. So, I mean, we can afford to have a check and see what happens, but I don't think the players can.
Right, but g6 is available to Vidit, and he's very likely to go for that practical move.
Yes.
And in that case, then we need to do something about this pawn hanging. So is that the time for queen d2?
Yeah.
So that's actually very likely to be what's on the board, right? Because like the idea that Vidit's going to take this pawn, allowing this knight in, is, yeah, it's only fun for us to be checking these lines. But Yeah, he
went
played
G6
the
pretty
G6.
quickly, yeah.
Yeah, just too practical to not play. So he restricts the knight, and yes, Abbasov plays queen d2. Well, one of the good things about Abbasov is he doesn't waste a lot of time. He's definitely trying to put some pressure on the clock, and instantly responds with this move defending the pawn.
But now it's time for me to play c5 and make you decide what you're going to do on the queen side.
Yeah, c5 looks very comfortable for black, like no matter which way I capture, yeah? Like if I take here, you said you were going to take with the queen probably?
Okay, I was leaning on the knight as well, but I don't know either way.
And both of these moves look possible, yeah?
I think b5 is better than b takes c5 or b takes a5.
You don't think I should let your pieces in, yeah? b5, yeah. What is black going to play for in this position?
Ideally, I could switch my knight to d6, but I don't think you'll let me. If you go knight f6, you'll just go queen c3, and I won't be able to move that knight.
Does black want to play f5 at some point, or this is like opening up white's pieces too much?
Yes and yes.
Yes. Right.
f5 is attractive from both players' point of view, but for white, I would capture and play e4 and then landing a knight on f5. I think this particular one will have to wait.
And the other break that black has at some point is c4.
Yes.
That's one to think about.
But then I have d4.
You know what white would love, is she like having a pawn here and a knight here?
Yes.
That would be the dream. But unfortunately, like let's say you play rook 8, d8. What does white do?
Maybe c4 is not a bad thing to have. Or queen c3. Queen c3 is nice also.
Yeah.
Then, because I keep the option of knight d2, c4 somewhere. Actually, this looks already substantial. Imagine I go rook f2, knight g3 to f1, d2, c4, and then double on the f file. All the while, you don't really have any moves. I mean,
And you're saying it could be a little bit passive for black, despite the fact that black can always defend this pawn with f6. But you're saying like, okay, let's try f6.
Also, the other thing is, why do I need to do it like this? After queen d2, can I take on c4, excuse me, and then c5? That way I avoid this burial ceremony.
Okay, what are you saying? It's c5, b5, right?
No, ab4, ab4, c5.
Ah, you want to trade first. I see, I see. That's okay. That's a nice finesse. Yeah. Okay, so if black is worried at all about being worse, then definitely
Then I'm
a
your
takes
man.
b4. Yeah, then a takes b4 is the way to do it, because by opening the a file, black is going to be completely out of danger because there's always going to be counterplay there.
Now I can play c5.
Yeah.
And if you go b5, maybe even
Yeah.
c6 works. Because after you capture and I capture, you can follow up with b5, b4.
What if we play in the most boring way, Vishy? And we just like offer the rook trades.
Okay, I take, you take, queen c3.
Queen c3, yeah? I mean, overall, we can say that out of the 4 positions that we have, this one is the least exciting, don't you think? The most prone to complete simplification.
Even it is not dead.
Right, it's not dead.
There's a little bit of a spark here left.
Yes.
Shall we do a bird's eye view of the women?
All right, let's do it.
We've gone off the women for a while, so.
Let's see what is going on in the clash of the 2 ladies at the top of the women's. Alexandra Gerechkina and Tan Zhangyi. Okay, they are in an interesting kind of position with hanging pawns, with Gerechkina's knight on g5, the d pawn currently hanging. Lagno versus Salimova, kind of unusual position where, I don't know, I look at it, I kind of like white just because I see that space with the e5 pawn and black's buried bishop on c8. But if she manages to fix that, maybe everything will be fine. Then we have Muzichuk versus Kaneru. That looks like it came out of a Petrov, or you know what, it probably didn't. That's right, it's not a Petrov. I think Humpy played her lines with like 97 against the Rai Lopez.
Okay.
And Lei versus Vaishali, what can you make of that?
It looks not. She went knight f1 to g3. It looks like a normal Italian. I'll go back bishop d7, try to play d5 somewhere.
Okay. So let's jump into Gerechkina versus Tan, because that's the big one for the women's section. The last move was apparently not the absolute best. Of course, in terms of position, anytime I see a position like this on the board, I'm always like, Gerechkina is happy to be playing this one. You know, just a technical position that she really excels at. And knight g5 wasn't the computer's favorite, but let's see.
What did you want to do? Knight h4?
Maybe that would have been preferred. I guess, is this move an idea for black already, or is it not really that dangerous?
After knight g5? Or?
Just in general. Just in
Is
general.
Is black threatening something?
Yeah, like does black want to play a move like that if it was their turn? Like if white played some random pawn move, would this be an idea? I guess, you know.
It would, yeah.
Yeah, because we come down, e2 is hanging, so there is that idea for black. And I guess, I mean, I don't know. This is not an inspiring move, so I was just wondering how we can deal with a4.
Probably that's why she felt the need to lash out
to do something like that. Okay.
After knight g5, h6, what is she planning to do? Can't be knight f7. Oh, knight h3, knight f4 she's hoping for.
So she wants to transfer that knight to attack the pawn.
Can I play g5?
Wow.
Or is rook? No.
g5 is brave.
It's more of a positional move. I'm trying to lock that and stop the knight getting back to f4. But maybe.
Yeah, and your point is that I cannot take the pawn.
You can, because you take queen e6. You have rook queen f5.
Queen f5, right? I was going to say that it looks like there's a double attack, but there's actually a way to guard the rook and the knight.
However, I might be able to exchange on f5 and play a4 and liquidate things a bit.
Still not bad for black, despite being down a pawn, because this knight is so terrible on h3. And if I take, let me just see, is it the c pawn that becomes really strong? It might be, right? It might just be you pushing this pawn. Or what else could there be?
Rook 8.
Just wanting to capture back. That was not it. I don't know. Well, we could go. I mean, it's just depressing to go rook b1 because I feel like I can always do that.
Well, try.
But I can try. Yeah. I can try, and maybe
take,
then.
And then king g2 c4.
Yes, and then start advancing my pawn.
Yes, apparently that's how you're getting it. Okay, but that looked kind of.
So, well, I do think that there's a great chance like h6 will be on the board by Tan. So it's possible that we could also see g5, but g5 is not the only move that black has.
What about a4 here?
Yeah, let's try this one.
Oh, no, then knight f4. Sorry.
But this one is still playable. So let's see, knight f4. Can we just take? And just take everything on b3?
Sure.
Just keep going.
I don't know, somehow I can trade rook a7, and I can play knight d5, bishop d5, but you go rook b2.
Yeah, it feels that I am sort of in equalizing territory. So we have a move on the board, and it's not h6, it's queen e5, which is also very reasonable.
Well, rook takes d5 doesn't work for a few reasons, but it's a cute.
Okay, so there's your
queen a1 check,
yeah,
which is probably the most basic.
Attempting to deflect this knight, so you can take here, but unfortunately this rook would hang with check. So that didn't
Also,
quite
queen
work.
a1 is possible. Sorry, knight d5 is possible.
Yeah, and then your king could still
Yeah.
run. Okay, so she attacks the knight. What's Goryachkina's plan?
She could go knight f3, but I think black is happy to repeat. Also, the question is what would have happened had she played knight h4 instead of knight g5?
Yeah. So, but right now, I mean, so there's actually a possible repetition on the board, right? Knight f3, queen e7. If Goryachkina really doesn't like her position, she can
could
go
bail
for
out,
that.
yeah.
But I mean, I think she'll try to be more ambitious. So we need to try to find some possibilities for her. I mean, the thing is that moves like h4 don't really make my position better looking, do they? I mean, I guess I could try to guard the knight, but you're probably going to send it off.
Yes.
And I mean, the queen here is pretty well posted. At some point, a4 is going to happen.
Sure.
So what is she really planning? This move, knight g5, was a little bit strange. I have an idea for you, Vishy.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe what she should have just done in this position to like maintain this advantage. I mean, what do you think about the move e3?
But maybe she was uncomfortable with a4.
But at least our e2 pawn doesn't hang. Yeah, I mean, we take, I agree, right? Because still rook b2 is really annoying.
Yeah.
Queen, yeah, and then knight e4 coming in, it's not fun, right? Like, I was trying to do this, but this is such a big idea for black that if I let your rook in,
The mouse master would stop blundering pawns.
yeah. Well,
Well,
okay,
it
I've
might
only
be onto
only
something.
made 2 mistakes today, Vishy. I feel like I should get a pass, like up to 5, and I can still be considered the mouse master.
Okay. Before we head to the break, shall we just
Yeah.
see the remaining women and then
Okay,
we'll
let's
come back because it's very
well, out of the women's
poised in a
games,
very interesting place.
let's see what looks really interesting to us. I don't know. Let's just do one of them. Let's do Anna versus Humpy. So why does the computer give white an edge in this position? A little bit of an edge. Is it just this?
Better pawn structure. That, yes, maybe, because we take on e5, we take with the pawn, and you have the time to move the queen. So that bishop g4 doesn't happen.
So you're saying it has to do with a better pawn structure that black has these double pawns. Okay, so Anna is white. She's a little lower on the clock. Right now, her f2 pawn is hanging.
Right.
And I mean, let's just take a look at this move. I don't know. It doesn't feel 100% convincing, but yeah, it seems to be a possibility here.
Yeah.
And your point is that like on knight takes,
I take with the pawn.
you take with the pawn, you get a tempo on the queen, and then you sort of find a way to block these pawns from ever moving.
Sure.
So let me go. If I go queen f4, you're probably going to push that pawn, right?
Yes.
You're going to at least try. So blocking bishop g4.
Or rook c1, apparently.
Or rook c1, you could also go and win
Yeah.
that.
No, sure, rook c1, bishop g4. And then rook c6, maybe.
And then just have a great endgame, yeah?
Yes. So that's probably
Yeah.
much better.
Just white has more pawns than black here. Okay, so we can't go to f4. We need to keep an eye on things. That makes me think, Vishy, the move is queen g6.
Okay.
What am I threatening? Bishop g4, I guess, is an idea.
Definitely an idea. How do I stop it? Knight d4, you can start with bishop h3.
G3?
c5?
Yeah. Yeah, knight d4, unfortunately, is allowing these ideas everywhere, right? So you can start with this first, and then just c5, and this is like,
Yeah.
this is black's dream to get those pawns going. So you need to keep an eye on this somehow. Well, let's just show the viewers why you can't blockade the pawns like that, because there's a little problem of the pin
the
on the
pin,
G
yes.
file. So it's actually quite tricky for white to maintain control of
Yes.
these ideas in the center. We found a challenging exercise for you, Vishy. You know, a position where it's like not immediately obvious to you where to move.
Yes. E6 feels a bit strange. I'd give it a try.
Stacking a pawn.
Yeah.
Let me just see if I can understand your concept. So when the bishop takes, you want to go knight
Knight
e5?
yeah, and queen d4 next.
Queen, knight e5. Now, let me see if it's... And after queen f6.
Queen d4.
But can black... But here's the thing, though. Can we really be worse after losing that passed pawn? I mean, if black takes it, can black really be worse?
I don't know.
You know, because it's such a nice pawn to get. It's like,
Yeah, and
I don't really mind giving you one of my double pawns, like eventually.
yes, queen d4.
You kind of hold the balance. You're probably going to win this pawn back, but it doesn't seem so bad for black. So let's try again. So let's talk it out. The main idea that black has is what? Is it bishop h3 or is it
Bishop g4 or
bishop g4?
or h3.
Right. Bishop h3 is also pretty annoying. So like if we try a random move by white, I think this move could be a bit problematic, or I guess it is this one. Yeah. Okay. So threat number 1, bishop g4.
Okay, there might be another move besides knight df3. I don't know. Is queen f3 an option? Or is queen g5 coming? Anyway, let's quickly see what's happening in Vaishali's game.
Yeah. Is there any move like queen b3 to kind of keep an eye on this pawn, but maybe get out of the pin?
Bishop g4?
And then,
Knight d4, yeah.
yeah, I kind of got myself out of that pin. You still
Yeah,
can't
then
play
queen b3 is a
c5.
good move.
All right, so it's possible. Okay, then we got Lei versus Vaishali.
Bishop d2 is not going to be move of the year.
Not move of the year, or
But maybe there was simply nothing else on offer. We need a quiet move, and she's made it.
so what's going on in this position of issue? Like these black knights seem to be positioned pretty well. This is obviously a good bishop. White has a bit more space with that pawn in the center, but it's only marginally more space versus that pawn. And that's why I guess the computer is saying this is equal. And white needs to figure out where to move this bishop. And she didn't like bishop e3 for the reason that I think I can guess.
d5 would
Right.
if you capture knight d5 attacks the bishop. Maybe that's
Yeah,
what
this
she
is
would like.
probably what she didn't like. That there's also this way that black has of challenging for space.
Sure.
And then you get this annoying hit on the bishop. So that's actually a pretty big idea in the position for Vaishali.
And so now she goes bishop d2 because
bishop
that'll
d2.
leave the bishop slightly better.
Yeah, and so I guess we can ask ourselves, still, is d5 a move?
Apparently it still is, yeah.
Yeah, so fighting for space in the center is one of my favorite chess strategies, Vishy.
All right, let's go to our first break. And
All right.
we'll come back, and hopefully by then Jan has decided on his move as well. So
Yeah, well, we have actually tons of suspense in these games. We have the sharp game between Nakamura and Nepo, where Hikaru's trying to test Nepo's memory in some long line of the Petrov. We have this unusual development in Firouzja versus Gukesh, where we have like a rook lift early on in the game, and a French defense between Caruana and Prague, which is also quite unbalanced and seems to be quite okay for Prague. So all that and more when we come back from our break.
I'll make it easier for you.
What was that about?
I thought it would help.
How does that help?
You know, visualization and stuff.
I'm not picking up the pieces.
Sometimes you don't need to do anything crazy to get better. You just need to reassess your chess. I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley, and I'm presenting Jeremy Silman's How to Reassess Your Chess now on Chessable.
pressure, are you feeling any pressure about the candidates, or if it's a foreign concept to you, or are you just putting it at the back of your mind?
Well, I mean, it depends what view people want to have. I mean, a lot of people are under the impression, let me put it this way, I think a lot of people sort of misunderstand content creation, they misunderstand the whole online sphere, and you hear people throw around words like it's just for content, or it's all an act, this, that, or the other thing. Which completely misses the point. I think that if you look at a lot of streamers, and this is not just about chess, but in general, they're actually quite smart in their approach, and I would say very little of it is just acting on purpose or trying to create drama. There are obviously people who do that, but for the most part, that's not what goes into it. And so for me, I don't feel any pressure with this tournament. I think if I were to win it, it's nice and fine, but the fact of the matter is, if I were to become world champion, the reach or the influence of that is so minor compared to what I've done through streaming content creation. So if I've reached, let's just say 5 million people through all my online content, being world champion will reach a small fraction of that. So I'm pretty content with where I'm at, and just looking forward to playing the tournament.
Yeah, that's really great confidence to have.
It's not confidence, it's just the reality that I've found another path that for better or worse is far more lucrative, and it makes it a lot easier to actually enjoy chess. I think for a lot of players, if you look back to pre-pandemic, let's just go back to 2018, 2019, all the players, myself, Fabiano, Nepo, etc., when you play the Grand Chess Tour or other events and you're on the road probably at least 8-9 months, if not more, just playing the same people, same openings, same things, chess is not very fun. So when chess isn't fun, I think the results suffer, and not even suffer, but I think nobody's very happy or positive. And for me, since I don't have to do that anymore, it's a lot easier to enjoy the game.
And your aggressive style is well known. How do you balance risk and caution in your games, especially in a tournament as important as this?
Very poorly. Well, first of all, I'm not so sure that my style is so aggressive as some would think or some would state, but yeah, thank you I'll take this as a compliment. Yeah, I just try to play chess generally, and I mean, I don't know, sometimes of course you are in a position to take some extra risks, sometimes you should play more tight, but it's pretty much, you never know until it starts, so each and every situation is unique.
Yeah. And you've shown remarkable resilience in coming back from setbacks. Can you share a bit about your mental preparation and how you deal with the pressure?
Once again, poorly. Yeah, pressure catches up with you every time. Yes, so that's you can't hide, you can't run. I mean, well, once again, I just try to focus on playing chess, and if you manage to think less about what's ever happening around the tournament, what can be, what should have happened, what could have happened, and so on. I mean, that takes too much energy, and you shouldn't waste it for these mental exercises. You just better focus on the game and on the moves.
We're back from our break with a bird's eye view on the open section. Vishy, why don't you walk us through what you're seeing here?
Okay, in the first game, they have swapped the light-colored bishops. Gukesh has not played bishop d6. He's kept it on e7. That, I think, allows him the flexibility of recapturing on e5 without being forked between d6 and...
Oh yeah, we can't do anything on the bird's eye view.
And then Hikaru, well, we're still waiting to see what's going to happen, but clearly we're going to get into that position. Prague is probably doing great. He's got a good bishop on h6, which is taking away the c1 square. White can't really fight for the c file. The only problem for black is that he's got this pawn on b6, which leaves that knight slightly wobbly. But I think perhaps a5 is coming up, which will give black a lot more space.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, if we had to choose a game to look at, at some point we might want to look at Caruana versus Prague, because who knows how much longer that game is going to be in action, right? It seems like things are, I don't know, they're slowing down a bit in that game.
Could be that neither side has come up with a plan. Actually, he went queen e7. I'm wondering, could he have started with a5?
Do you think that black is potentially even going to be better? I mean, okay, obviously white should not take the knight on c6.
Yes, but I think it's more than that. I think white is just missing the c file at all. It's the only open file. I don't see any prospect of a kingside attack, especially with opposite colored bishops. And after queen e7, I don't know, if you play bishop a6, I don't see any way I can really break through. But I thought if I played a5, then that was, I think, a valuable opportunity. I don't know, maybe I'm getting too excited about something trivial, but we'll see.
Abbasov versus Vidit.
So Vidit is keeping the tension. Abbasov also is keeping the tension. He's not committed to b5 or b takes c5. He's just playing along.
Should we jump into Naka versus Nepo?
I think we'd have to start there because that is the one most likely to have.
This game has the potential to be quite explosive still, and we do see this quite significant edge on the clock for Naka. Nepo has spent a lot of time remembering his preparation. We last looked at this position when white gave a check and Nepo chose to block it.
The computer was indicating king g8, but he went bishop f5. Wasn't a major difference. So queen f1, knight d7, knight e f3.
Right, we were kind of wondering, right? Because the problem with this move, which opens up the bishop, is that it gives up the e4 square, which is very significant.
And then you're unable to break the pin.
That's why he brought out this knight.
Knight f6 happens, and then he goes king, knight g1.
Okay. So Hikaru is up an exchange and a pawn, a very significant material advantage. And he's trying to trade pieces, although he's not exactly threatening to take.
Hang on, just play knight takes g1. It's a big jump in advantage. I wonder why. Because I thought if bishop h3, I was wondering what your next move is. Because if you go queen d3, I go back to f5. And I think you don't want to allow me to e1.
Maybe, so if I go here, you have like always this check.
That's awkward.
Pulls me into the
pin.
I
see. He might just play knight f3 here. That's the beauty. He could just go knight f3 here.
Okay, that's a tough one, Vishy. When your queen is hanging, you want to move it, but you just realize that this is the point because of the fork.
Correct.
Beautiful.
And if you go knight e4, then I step away with queen d3 maybe.
Yeah, I mean, in general, just getting a chance, like a free tempo to put the knight on the square is a huge deal for white. So knight e4, and you're covering g5, but now I can just move my queen away, and basically white is up in exchange and kind of ready to develop
just play
these
bishop
pieces.
f5, and then queen takes e4 is very cute.
Beautiful. You're getting your knight g5 idea in no matter what I captured back with.
So he would have to go king g8, and then white gets to move the bishop as well. So, or maybe knight g5 anyway, and then you take, and I take with the bishop.
Knight g5, take, and then as we trade pieces, white gets into a winning position because of that material edge. So that's what Nepo has to avoid. He's certainly under some pressure here. You know what's interesting Vishy. Nepo with black, he's, you were able to predict, he's going for the Petrov, right? But for example, with Prague's openings, we spoke about a lot less predictable in this tournament. So he's not really facing that problem of like someone just, catching him in some deep preparation.
Yes, and that's very important because I think it's important to move around a bit and not. In this particular case, Hikaru was able to pose problems very deep in the position because he knew that Jan would be waiting there. And I think that's an unfortunate situation. Okay, let's look at knight g1.
Okay.
And I wanted to fool around a bit with knight g4.
Okay, you're trying to come in to make a fork.
But then you go knight df3. Oh, I see. I was hoping for knight g to f2. But then there is something queen takes f2.
Yeah. I was ready to say that because I already picked up on your idea of this fork always.
That doesn't work. Okay. So we can't strengthen yet. So knight g4 is not it.
Okay, he's about to make a move.
Back king g8. I think he's probably had it with this tactic and he just wants to stop
king g8. Okay, actually, not the computer's favorite, but I mean, certainly a logical looking move. Okay, so
why does the computer not love it? Is it queen e2?
So can we ask, what is black's threat here? I mean, is this the threat?
I would say now knight g1 is a threat and bishop h3 because you will run out of squares very fast.
So after king g1, then
queen
bishop
d3
h3
is not a check.
Yeah, and knight f3 is not available. Okay. So can I go knight f3? Still want to have some ideas on knight g5 maybe one day.
Yeah, once
and
again.
The good news is you can't put your bishop here because they'll hang the knight. In general, just bishop d2, rook e1 would be a dream.
At some point, the material advantage is going to have to tell.
Yeah, so actually this seems to be the move, right? And it's like white's advantage is growing. I have a feeling this could work out badly for Jan. Well, it's like the time situation, it's the position on the board, it's the fact that it's like clearly Naka is much more comfortable here. And I mean, I don't think that it's impossible to find this obvious move that unblocks the bishop. So if this is like a +1 advantage,
seems to make sense, right?
Yeah, it's like...
Well, in this case, it seems that this line has not been worked out all the way till the end, and there was still...
well, it's just a matter of
sometimes
Jan,
you're charging down these lines is a good gamble. So very smart selection by Hikaru.
Yeah.
And Jan seems to have fumbled it somewhere. If king g8 was really better than bishop f5, it would be careless not to have known that.
It seems like one of the moments was actually here. Let's try to understand it again. Like, so why this move was preferable to blocking the check with the bishop?
Because the computer loves this move.
Yeah.
So it was knight ef3.
Mm-hmm.
And then if I go knight d7, am I just developing?
And so what's the issue is that somehow I'm not
And if you go knight g1,
knight f6.
It's just...
It's not knight f6. There's something more clean. More clean. Knight f6 is dropping a little bit. Is it knight takes g1? King takes. Queen e1. Knight f1.
Maybe it's... No, bishop f5, I have queen e2.
Yeah, this move, then we simply offer up a trade. And Hikaru has played queen e2. on king g8. So let's take a look. Instead of the move that we were looking at, knight f3, he plays queen e2. And that is not as good somehow. Maybe this gives Jan a chance to get back.
Oh, I'm not impressed with that look.
Oh, yeah, he wasn't
went
impressed with
94.
that. He went knight e4 actually very quickly.
Seemed relieved.
Yeah, interesting. And he is right that this is a good move. He doesn't want the queen trade. Okay. So what does white do now? I mean, taking looks completely wrong. I mean, I still want to do this move. And I have to get my pieces out of the way. So why is that not it? Is there just g5? Still, I mean, g5 doesn't have the same power without a bishop on e4.
Yes.
Is it bishop g4?
Could be.
We could try it. Okay.
And now knight h3, right?
Okay.
Wow, this is lost because of bishop g3 and queen g4. Okay. And queen g4 simply.
That only took you half a second, Vishy. I feel like you got to give me a few seconds to find it.
No, simply that the evaluation went from
wait,
0.2 to
how do you want
5.8.
to do it? You want to go queen g4 here?
Yes.
Yeah, queen g4. And black is completely winning. And now let's explain to the viewers why. Because
Bishop takes g3.
bishop takes g3 is the big sacrifice that is really hard to stop, because then, you know, after the pawn takes, the queen takes, knight f2 is going to be mate. So yeah, these pieces are controlling all the squares. Okay, so white has just lost the game with one trade. I guess we don't want to let the bishop in to h3. All right, is it time to move this guy? But it's not easy to move him. Or maybe I don't know, because bishop d2, is it possible? Or it like a blunder or something with like knight g1 again?
Yes, because
yeah, there's
knight takes
knight d2.
d2.
Yeah. And then you have like the intermezzo.
Knight f3,
yeah,
check.
check.
So that wins. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's plenty of opportunities for white to blunder in this particular position. Maybe bishop e3. Let's try that. I'm just desperate to get some pieces out. But my other idea, Vishy, in this position is, again, coming back to this and trying to do the rook lift.
Can I go knight takes g1? And knight g5?
Okay, more tricks. Hold on, hold on.
But apparently he's happy. He goes queen takes e6, knight takes f3 check. King f2, probably.
Pawn takes, and then h3 in the end?
h3.
Wow,
and
okay.
Then
Let's walk through that. So we take
on f3.
You take
king
here.
f2.
It looks pretty good for black, right? Like black has two pieces for the rook.
Yeah, h3.
And then we deflect the bishop.
Knight d4.
And then, by the way, there's g4 winning a piece back.
Yeah.
Knight d4, and I have to
g4
take
and knight
b3.
yeah, you're going to go rook b1.
Yeah.
e5. Isn't this pretty decent compensation?
Black is down in exchange, but with these beautiful center pawns, definitely looks pretty good. Yeah. So that's interesting. That's something where the computer in the depth, it tended to agree with you. Yeah, because it looked in the beginning, it was saying, oh, white's better, but in reality, then it saw the compensation with the
Sure. And
minus
especially because
exchange.
given the pawn on g4, there is nothing, there's no h6 later happening. The pawns are neutralized. It might work out.
Okay, so we have knight e4 on the board in this position. That's the move that Nepo just played on the 25th move, and we are Awaiting
That has
Hikaru's
dropped
response.
Hikaru's advantage a bit.
Yeah.
So Hikaru presumably had to go knight d to f3 instead of
Right.
queen e2.
Yeah, so something about this move wasn't helpful. So like, by the way, if you go here
And I go knight e4.
e4, the difference is that I have what, knight h4?
But then I have just bishop g4. What did you accomplish?
So what's the difference here? I don't have a queen on e2. That's the only difference. Yeah, unfortunately, this move doesn't seem that productive because you just move away.
But that's not it.
Or,
This
yeah.
is crazy. What is... how can we be wrong about every move?
Well, it's very complicated, yeah?
Oh, now the advantage is quite big too.
Right, so,
But it's not knight h4 apparently.
right, it's just not knight h4, it's just something else that we can do
Maybe
here.
a4.
Instead of having the queen on e2, you just go for a4 here.
That was
Yes.
it.
So
And
this is
replace it.
actually a very cool idea that Naka has in the position that we keep circling around.
Yeah.
And, okay, let's understand again. So Naka played this move, knight e4 happened. So now if knight f3, bishop g4, and I was still trying a4, right? Like I was still interested in that, but now the difference is that at least you have this line.
But the
With knight
computer doesn't
g5.
like knight g1. So let's see what other move there is. I simply don't see another move. Maybe it wants to go queen f5.
And then you're threatening knight g1. And then I go rook a3.
And even this is not helping very much. No.
But okay.
Its evaluations is fluctuating.
Yeah, let's try this. Why is this equal? Looks like white is holding on to this knight on f3. So if you take, I take, and I'm better. So taking is not it.
Yeah.
It's like white has finally mobilized all his pieces here. Amazing that like the computer is just saying this is completely equal. I mean, I don't really know what white's idea is, but at least the pieces look pretty good.
Yeah.
So where's the equality here, Vishy, for black?
King h8.
Just stay.
I would have lost to figure out why exactly this move doesn't work, but that works, and so on.
All right, let's do something aggressive and pointless. So this is not a great move.
It wasn't pointless. It worsened your position considerably.
Yeah. Okay. Well, how about, okay, you want to go king h8? Sure. Sure.
Also,
it's the same. It's the same as g5. You know,
so the king is beautiful on g8.
Yeah. But where's white's advantage, though? Like, how do we prove it? I mean, do we ever finally take? Do we play queen e3 to get out of the pin? Should we be aiming for that? Something like this? Maybe. I mean, this bishop looks pretty good on c1. I don't really know where we want to move it.
Sure. Queen c2.
It's possible. Still not the
Apex move.
Yeah, the apex move, yeah.
Queen d3, but then you could even play knight f2, and I've not helped myself probably.
Well, do you want to summarize where we are in this game and then move on?
We are, what we see, they've ended up in a very, very difficult position where they have, despite everything, stumbled out of their preparation, and every little move seems to matter. And a lot of the best moves are mysterious. So I think there's a lot of action left here. Let's check some of the other games, and we'll definitely keep coming back to this, because every time they make a move, we'll have to come and figure out did something improve or not.
Yeah, there's a lot of complexity in this position. It makes it quite difficult to analyze. Let's look at Caruana versus Prague. So we were saying that it looks like Prague has just a very comfortable opening in the advanced French. Caruana did play bishop a6, attacking the rook.
He must have been relieved not to have a5, not to have faced a5. I still think that was a missed opportunity.
And rook md1. So here's the thing. In a way, the position is balanced because this bishop doesn't allow the rooks to come to c1, and this bishop doesn't allow the rook to go to c8. So no one is in really great shape to challenge for the open file, which makes this seem really quite balanced. I don't see like any plan for white at all. Like, I don't know. What can we do here as white? Maybe bring this rook around to c2?
And the other one by d3 to c3?
Yeah, maybe we bypass c1. Maybe
if I
like
go knight b8, what are you doing?
Yeah, so if like you go knight b8 here, and then you basically just want to get counterplay with a5, right?
Well, I want to play bishop d3. I want to go rook c3, leave it there. Maybe rook f c8 next. Just make those moves.
Yeah.
And then play a5 at some point.
Yeah.
It still probably, no, but now already the computer suddenly thinks that we made some mistake over here. And this is the annoying thing, because the smallest moves seem to affect the evaluation.
Should we go b5 and then like a5, a4, a5?
Oh, it was b5 and trapping the knight on b8.
Yes, yes.
And now the knight has no prospects of getting back.
So maybe if you do send the bishop out, you need to go a5 yourself.
But then b5. Same logic.
Yeah.
The knight is shut out forever.
It's shut out, but you don't have a4, a5 as a plan. So I'm
Okay,
very much
so
in control on the
b5
queen
and then
side.
you go rook f c8, yeah? Yes,
Yeah.
and this one it seems to like.
So basically, Prague is super solid
Just
here.
instead of this queen e7, just on move
Yeah.
21. Just see what it thinks of a5.
Let's see what it
I mean,
thinks of
droning on and on
a5.
about this,
But maybe the issue is, yeah, actually, you know what? It's probably going to say, well, we're going to take, right? That's the thing. We should take, maybe?
yeah, knight take back.
Take back. And it likes black because this pawn is a bit weak.
See, you can't do anything with the rook on c1. That's a big problem.
Yeah, so actually a5 was possible even without moving out of this pin.
Yeah.
Okay, well, maybe he should have done that. But okay, queen e7 doesn't change too much because even after bishop a6, he does have the move. So we actually have bishop a6, rook c7, rook fd1. He does have the move knight b8, and he can dislodge the bishop, which I guess he is going to do.
Okay, so bishop d3 happens, and then
then
if I can't play rook
a5.
c3, let me try rook f c8.
Yeah,
And does it still think b5 is the great move?
I bet
I guess
it
so,
does.
because it
Yes.
shuts down that.
Yes, because it's a little, I mean, I think it's just at least some extra ideas for white as opposed to like this position.
Sure.
And then if we don't play b5, what if we go like rook? Well, let's just try it. I mean, yeah. Maybe I want to take on b4 with the rook.
Yeah.
So maybe that's one way the game could develop. If pawn takes, or rook takes, how do we guard that pawn? Knight.
Also seems to fizzle out.
What are you saying?
Also seems to fizzle
Yeah.
out. Because it's hard to believe. Because white's rooks,
Oh, no,
they
rook
don't have the
c3.
c file, but they have the b file instead. And so that's completely fine.
I mean, there's
And this seems to be equal.
yeah. So okay, what can we say about this game, Vishy? How do we see it developing?
Seems like it's heading for a draw.
Yeah. So this one is quite balanced, and most likely result is a draw. Okay. Let's take a look at Firouzja against Gukesh, against one of our tournament leaders. We have Firouzja's king reaching a normal looking castled position, even though he did not castle in this game. He captured with his king, and then he walked his king over to g1. Queen c6, knight e5, and he took with a d-pawn to remove this knight from being a defender of the king, and that is the position on the board. Gukesh has a lot more time. I don't know, maybe that's good news for Ali Reza, because yesterday he played very quickly and not so well. Today he's playing slower and better than yesterday for sure. Now we know that this move worked out very badly for Anna Muzichuk in a similar type of situation yesterday, and that this move was the right one. And I'm thinking, Vishy, that maybe again, I don't know, we're just going to get mated by all these pieces coming to g4, g3.
No, I have king h8, rook g8. I think for the moment that particular part of the front is quite stable.
Okay, so knight e4 then. And I suppose my first instinct is taking it.
Okay.
I take it and I start bringing in my pieces.
King h8.
Now you have to deal with this threat, so you move over. And you're saying that...
You can go rook g3, rook g8, and now rook d1. But then I take on a4.
So you're... feel like you're holding on these two squares, even though they're quite attacked. So I need to change my focus and be like, how do I win that pawn?
How do you avoid losing a4?
Oh, it's simple. I have a plan.
But then I go rook d8 and take the d5.
Okay. Here we go. So let me see what you want.
But I'm not threatening rook d7 because the bishop takes h6.
But are you threatening rook d3?
I could be, yes.
Maybe an idea, right? Let's think here. Like, c4 seems like a useless positional move for the moment, where I try to put my pawns in nice looking squares, but it's not super important right now to do that. So this is the key piece that needs to enter the game. So the problem is, like, if I go like here, you could probably just go rook d3. And in general, this type of trade of rooks is just not working very well for white, because I guess I just get stuck, right? Or I don't know, what's your best way to play here? Oh, this pawn is hanging maybe?
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out if I can make that work. If I go queen takes c3, are you taking on h6? Oh, that is good. Oh, then I give a check on a1 and take on e5. That's
okay, nice. Important check. And then you guard g7 with an advantage for black. Queen is really powerful on e5 and the rook is strong. Okay, so that's an example of what white doesn't want. So after rook a8, how do I like deal with this rook d3 idea? I mean, maybe I'm going like e4. Maybe the useless move that I said is not completely useless, because, you know, that pawn is sometimes an issue.
Yeah.
And I was like hoping for bishop e3 just to keep my pieces on the board. All right, what do we have
d7
from Gukesh? He went knight d7. So he is not going with the move that we were analyzing. He goes for knight d7, which the engine likes equally well. Interesting. Does he have ideas here, Vishy, of one day, like, you know, f5?
With the pawn at h5, I don't think he wants to go f5, but he's threatening b5 and then starting some play on the queen side. Again, for the moment, if we are correct that queen g4, rook g3 is met well by king h8, rook g8, then maybe there's nothing to fear there.
Yeah, very important move. And like, this is the defensive system that black is using to like not get mated.
Yes.
Seems to be holding up using the rook like that. Okay. So it seems like a balanced position. The engine is not disliking it for Gukesh at all. Despite the fact that white does have like these attacking sort of possibilities against Black's king, but Black's position is very resilient.
Sure. Okay, let's see if Jan played something. Then we'll go to Vidit Abbasov.
Jan did not play anything. I mean, sorry, Hikaru, he did not play anything yet after 94.
Okay, so then we go to Abbasov.
Yeah, Abbasov's game.
Yeah.
Okay. So the situation on the board, last move by Black was Queen D6. And it's funny because White's knights have been doing some maneuvering, right?
Wow, H5.
Yeah, they've been maneuvering.
That could come back to haunt Black.
Back and forth. So basically, absolutely nothing has really happened in the position.
Yeah.
For a while. There's all this tension over here, and no one wants to resolve it. But H5 seems like a decent move. You're saying it could be a weakness maybe one day?
I'm a little bit nervous about H5, but don't see any reason to.
But for now, let's take a look at what's going on in Gerechkina's game.
Sure.
Is she going to be able to put some pressure on the leader, Tan? It looks like the engine says no. And given that we're in a pretty simplified endgame, I think we can believe that evaluation. Let's see what happened when knight g5 occurred earlier on in the game. She played queen e5. That was when we last saw it. Queen d2.
And rook e8, exploiting the fact she cannot play a3 because the queen is also defending on g5, right? So White then had to liquidate.
None of that because I would lose the knight. Yeah. Knight queen takes. Okay. Tan threw in a luft for her king before taking the pawn back. And in general, you know, given how active this rook is, how a4 is always an idea, yeah, it doesn't really look like Black should be experiencing too many problems here. And as long, I mean, I guess there's some scenarios where these pawns can be weak, but as long as Black plays actively, she will be fine. And Gerechkina says no to the repetition. That's a decline of the repetition. She goes king g2. And let's find the equality for Tan. By the way, Tan is way up on the clock.
What about, there's one more plan for White, which is rook f8, knight e5, and rook d8.
Checkmate on h8 is your idea.
Sure.
But you know what's funny, Vishy, is that I can always play g6.
That is true.
And kind of get that square for the king. But Tan, she plays a4, this idea that we've been talking about forever.
Why did she give rook b1 check? One move ago. Couldn't she have just taken on d2?
Oh, you're saying why didn't she just do that? Well, why do that? I guess is the question. Maybe she just wants two pairs of rooks on the board.
Sure.
I mean, I don't know. Probably knight d2. I mean, you still have to kind of go for these ideas at some point, right?
Sure.
So she gave the check, and then she's playing a4. Let's figure this one out. Hey, I think this is the idea, Vishy.
I'd prefer the other rook from b1 to b4.
Like
because
that.
if you play rook a7, I think maybe my original idea of knight e5 maybe comes.
You tie me down a little bit to that pawn, yeah?
I mean, it's pretty small, this edge, but
Yeah. But if I do take the pawn and you take here, I mean, I was still not sure what's going on. Like I have rook a1. I have some kind of c4 ideas.
okay, but play rook a1, then we
Yeah.
go rook h8 check and knight e5 check. Am I drawing you out some way? King f5.
Yeah, you're inviting me out to the middle
But
of the
I
board.
can't really exploit that easily.
Okay, so a4, but you're saying you actually like to leave this rook alone and go with that rook in pursuit of the pawn.
Of course, the problem with that is rook a8.
Uh-huh.
So maybe rook a7 is better after all.
But here, maybe the A pawns don't really matter. Can we just start moving the C pawn at some point?
Rook C2?
So you want to go like C4, and then you block with Rook C2. Okay, this knight badly needs to be included in the game. I don't know, knight B6, knight D5?
Rook D8.
All right.
Which apparently wasn't even the best move.
Yeah, knight B6, you're going to go A5. All right, Gadyashkin is ready to make her move. What did she do? She took on, yeah, A4, she took on A4. And now we're going to see what Tan has in mind here. Are there other moves that she can consider other than these two? I mean, I guess there's no real point to C4, or is there? I mean, there's sort of gets
Rook C8.
blocked by this rook. Or Rook C8, right? So she probably needs to focus on getting this pawn back. So we were looking at Rook A7, knight E5.
Yeah.
And I will just realize that maybe there's some way to guard this pawn. Or maybe we should look for ways to attack this knight. Like even Rook E1, that's kind of interesting. Maybe you don't,
F4?
yeah, F4. Maybe you don't mind having to play F4, yeah?
Sure. No, you could play G5 if you wanted. So
could be interesting, like Rook E1, attacking the
no,
knight.
F4, I have knight F3.
Then you go F4.
Maybe Rook takes A4. But then knight F7 and a little bit awkward, yeah.
Well, maybe here, since we already know that this idea is not that dangerous, maybe here, Vishy, we're just fine. Just go Rook A1. Yeah, I think we're comfortable because we're going to trade off a pair of rooks, right?
Sure.
So what can we say? We do expect Tan to hold on in this game.
Yes.
I mean, she has a lot of time to work this out.
Yes, but you've got to be accurate. Position won't play itself.
All right. Let's look at the heavy piece endgame between Anna Muzichuk and Humpy Koneru. Last time we saw it, we were wondering how Anna was going to get out of this pin, or at least we actually reached this position in our analysis, and or prepare for this pin, actually. She prepared for it by playing Rook E3, interesting move, Bishop G4, H3, D4 by Humpy. Okay, that throws a spanner into the works. Obviously, you cannot take the pawn because this knight gets captured.
Sure.
Rook D3, and it looks completely fine for Humpy. Yeah, she takes, Rook takes, and then at some point she's going to have the move C5.
Or maybe Queen E4 here.
I like that. Beautiful activation of the queen.
Sure.
So I mean, visually speaking, black has a passed pawn, nice queen. I don't really see why black should be having any issues here. On the other hand, how does white keep the balance? Because white actually needs to probably find an accurate move. They're still the ones who are like having these disconnected rooks. So you want to take my pawn. That's the #1 threat.
Yeah. What about Rook A, Rook F8, Rook F8? Queen A4. The mouse master, stop doing that.
It's my third strike. I still got two more. I'm gonna be more careful about that, Vishy. So Queen A4. Now, what you're saying is that if I take
I take on A6, control
A6.
E2, and maybe I come back. could be something. Is that what I'm saying?
I don't know. Are you saying you really want that side pawn instead and like leaving me with a D pawn? Okay, I mean, this is obviously taking as a big option. And I kind of need to do that. I mean, I have other moves, but they're not like terribly productive, probably. So I'm willing to go for that trade with you.
Queen A6, maybe even D3 is possible.
You want me to give up my beautiful pawn for this guy? That would be very generous of me. Let me see what else I can do. But you're saying it's kind of hard for me to
You could go
advance
Queen
that pawn.
D5.
Queen
and,
D5, yeah.
ask me if I'm-
Okay. Queen D5 seems fine. Rook D1, Rook C1.
Yeah.
Which one of these? But anyway, I think this game also looks like it is quite balanced, and the players play properly. Could be a draw.
Oh my
So-
God.
Yeah.
Fabi didn't play B5. In fact, he allowed this whole thing back in the open. Let's have a look at that quickly.
Okay.
What is the evaluation now? It should be nice for black.
So knight B8 happened, bishop D3, A5, and Fabi took. And after B8, we looked at this like almost exact position at some point. Queen E1 and knight C6. Okay. So it's
black's
looking
actually
nice.
doing well here. So now if I go bishop B5, presumably Fabi wants to win that pawn. What am I playing? Rook B8, Rook 8.
Yeah, so right now I want to take and win that pawn. So you got to do a little bit of thinking about that.
Sure.
I mean, Rook B8, I guess I'll just take it. And then what was your...
Queen A5, I wanted to go Rook B2, but you'll just go Rook B1. And I mean, I wanted to double on the 7th or something.
So maybe Rook A8 is the move. What do you think, Fishy?
Rook 8 is definitely a good move, but it's hard to play.
Hard to play. You want to find a more active way.
Yeah,
to
but I
defend this
agree.
pawn?
Rook 8, sometimes maybe Rook 8. I mean, this is the sort of move the computer always tells us, so why not play it? Simply hold on to the pawn. But I also don't see black's next move, so white has some more time, presumably. Some bishop A4 and Rook D.
But we're still feeling like this position is balanced.
I was starting to get slightly excited, but I realize it's quite hard to make progress. And
Yeah.
white's current setup is very solid as well. And if I leave my bishop on A4, I don't see how your knight is going to come around as well. So.
Let's take a look at the game between Lei.
Oh, Cornero has charged in. Okay, we'll get to that in a second.
Lei and Vaishali. What do we make of these four knights in the center? It looks pretty symmetric.
Picture perfect.
Yeah, it's a beautiful way for the game to end, like right now. Yeah, I mean, interestingly, the black could have taken there, but then their knight gets attacked, and so is this pawn, right? So she goes queen c7. And so I guess my question to you, Vishy, is do you think that black wants to take the knight now and kind of unbalance the pawn structure, give white an isolated pawn?
But white will also get the c5 square for his knight and so on. I'm not too big a fan.
So let's say I play rook 8, oh no, that's my fourth mistake of the day. Okay, rook
But
8.
you should just have pretended it was a normal move, because it is a normal move.
Well, it's so, no, there's no way I would play rook AC1, you know, then it was
It's
the
some
choice.
prophylactic stuff on the queen on c7.
Yeah, that's
you know
right.
what I mean?
It was a choice
sure that's what you intended.
between being a bad chess player and being a bad, mouse master, So, but this is the move I wanted to do. Rook D1. So that's the question. Do you want to be taking that knight and changing the pawn structure or not? Shall we do it?
Okay. That is
Okay.
massive, it seems.
Yeah,
Yes,
so the
knight
computer
J6, knight
didn't
D5
love
or
it.
something, yeah.
Yeah, your intuition was right that this you know.
Though knight c5 was not the move, apparently. But maybe there is something slower, a4 or bishop c4, a4 maybe. a4 is also not the move. Queen a3, maybe with something landing on d6. That could be an idea.
Wow.
Or even queen d6.
Queen a3 as the move here. Not the first move that would come to my mind. Especially because there's even like knight b4 as a possibility. Well, who knows? Let's try it. There's also bishop f5.
Knight d6.
Knight d6, and then my bishop's kind of... I don't really know that it's a problem. Like even this position, even though I sort of blundered knight d6, like even that is not really a problem, you know?
It's still very solid, yeah, well within the
Yeah.
margins of something.
Well, I don't know. You see, Vishy, I'm into these pawn structure changes so that I can finally get something I can latch onto. So I would probably be considering that on rook a d1. You don't have to. Of course, your bishop is a good piece and black is fine. Well, what would you like to play here for black?
Maybe a4?
And
Queen c2.
Queen c2.
Suddenly you see that this move a4 is easy to make, but now you've got to keep an eye on it in order not to lose a pawn. So
We can always go back to our favorite structure,
yes.
the isolated pawn.
And if knight c5, we just play b5.
Yeah, interesting, right?
Yes.
Not even like a3, huh?
Well, b5, the point is my pawns are kind of wall of their own. No, it does like it for white. Bishop d3, maybe it likes. What did it want to do instead of b5? Was it a3?
Should we trade first or not? There's no reason to trade. Probably just a3.
Yes, this is the correct move, but I'm baffled a bit. I mean, I would have thought b4 or something is pleasant for white.
How does you're saying this pawn could be a little bit of a weakness down the line?
Something like that.
I see. Yeah. I can see that, you know, black, I do feel like black has more risk in this position than white, especially with this pawn in a3. Yeah. Huh. Are we playing b6? That would be crazy. Let's try it. I mean, because, you know, your knight's strong, and my bishop can't really come out anywhere because of your knight.
But if b6, I could take on d7 and play b5 and then go queen b3.
Right. I was afraid of that I'm letting you unstabilize my situation here like that. Yeah, the game is sort of opening up, and then the two bishops are becoming more powerful. So I actually have to be very careful.
Maybe you just want to go b5 and get it over with.
Like that.
Also, it's not that I'm just obsessed with the move. I'm trying to stop bishop c4. But once again, the evaluation isn't that great. But okay, let's not
belabor this point. I mean, basically, we're saying this is not actually what we're saying is that this is not the most fascinating position on the board.
Despite the 4 knights being in the center.
Right. I mean, but there is this possibility for this change in the structure that could, you know, completely alter the game. So we'll see, you know, if that happens. For now, by the way, you know, Naka still hasn't made a move. So he's still thinking after Nepo's knight e4. So we don't need to go back there yet. Nothing really happening in Caruana versus Prague. Nothing too shocking. Okay, actually, Naka is
finally about to make a move. Let's see what it
going to be. So let's just wait for that. And Abbasov and Vidit are also still doing their maneuvering.
But this is what I didn't like about h5. See that knight on h4, knight on g3? It's a bit of a pain, isn't it?
Yeah, you have to keep watching for those sacrifices on h5. Okay, let's actually go to the Naka game. Let's catch up there. And we'll be there when he is ready to make his move.
The hand has hovered a few times, but he seems to be still unsure.
He's been thinking for a very long time. We have not come back to his board because he's been thinking for like probably, I don't know, it feels like half an hour. He did do a bit of a slip up when he allowed this move knight e4. So his last move, queen e2,
Did seem to give the advantage.
Yeah, a little bit.
That we haven't really figured out yet, but
Knight e4. And so
just
now,
too many little details, yeah.
what were we looking at here, Vishy? We were kind of expecting, yeah, let's see what he went for. A4. Okay, we definitely have had this move in our radar in a lot of the lines, but maybe not as early as this. Like we were trying to do this move first and then later A4. So he goes A4. Okay. He wants to get the rook out.
Yeah.
Now the computer eval is back to equal. Time situation is also more comparable. Let's look at Jan's expression. Let's see what we can glean from that. He seems surprised.
Yeah.
He definitely look at those eyes. Wow. Something about this move is not what he was expecting. And look at more expressions from Jan. Can we just stay on his face and just figure out everything we need to know from looking at him? Okay. Well, he's back to thinking, okay, there we go again, the big eyes. So I think what we have understood, Vishy, is that the move A4 was not completely intuitive to him, or, you know, he was expecting something else. So now that we know that.
There was something which seemed obvious to him, maybe, that he was surprised wasn't played.
Okay. Now let's try to figure out Black's options here. What does he think that he has? So there's always the move bishop g4. The move knight g1 doesn't really help the situation.
Yes.
Yeah, it's interesting that he's very expressive at the board, and actually he and Nakamura have that in common, don't they?
Yes.
Right. You know what's funny is that prior to today, I watched a clip of Naka's expressions during his 2022 Madrid candidates game against Nepo.
Okay.
And it was basically it was a game where he had realized that he'd let the win out, and it was like this whole parade of expressions, the full range of Hikaru's expressions. There's just a video made on that. But actually, these two players, you know, I think we could show side by side clips of their expressions, and it would be very interesting.
Yes.
I mean, they're actually, I don't think there's anybody in the tournament like these two.
There's no one else?
I don't think so.
Alireza doesn't have quite the same range. Yes, you're right.
No.
These two are not.
These are the sort of the actor, you know, types in the tournament. Yeah. Vishy, can you tell us about your experiences playing with one of the players, you know, most famous for his expressiveness at the board?
Actually, one difference is more than the famous expressions, I'll tell you. Karpov used to calculate like this. Watch me. Especially the closer he got into time pressure. He'd almost say, maybe he's saying the moves out so that he recalls them or something. He would just go like this. And Kasparov, when he got deep in his calculations, at some point, his finger would come out. Almost like he's, you know, in casinos, like card counting, you're not supposed to do it, right? And then he's that. And those were the things. And he would also remove his watch if he was getting close to a win, stand up, get his jacket, all that thing. Karpov, I don't recall him taking off his jacket. It's more like just... Who
was the most intimidating player that you've ever played? Was it by his demeanor? Was it Kasparov?
You know, demeanor only intimidates if the moves are good.
Yeah.
This is I'm not being flippant. This is actually a valid point. Is that if the moves are, so the days he played badly didn't intimidate me at all. But if move after move is still good and dangerous, then yes, then thing. And with Kasparov, it's always important to remember it's the combination of the two that was very intimidating. the moves themselves, the expressions themselves are not enough. But yes, Kasparov was one of the more intimidating ones because, simply he calculated very well. And you would often think you had gotten somewhere with him, and then it would turn out quite deep in the position. There's a little thing you missed.
Is that what you feel was like your main issue in playing with him, was like his level of calculation? Because you're also really good at that, right? So
yes, I would say both with Kramnik and Kasparov, my problem was their openings were more organized in their head than mine were. And somehow both of them intuitively sensed what's the scheme they wanted. Maybe it just came from their training and so on. Of course, as the computer thing moved along, this problem was solved by computer, so I felt it less later. But I remember in 96, 97, 98, when I'd lose to them just very often with some little detail in the opening. So they'd just gone a bit further. And I had not appreciated that point or paid enough attention. So they were more sensitive to these details.
So, but you got better at using the computer as time went along.
Yes. It's only very recently the computer has pretty much taken over this entire space, where they give you all the resources in the position and you can trust the completely random moves. I mean, here we are saying, oh, knight f3, oh, the computer dropped, forget it. We move back. I mean, it's that thing. But once upon a time, you could argue with the computer and say maybe it doesn't see something. But of course, they have just kept doubling in strength and what have you. Of course, Kasparov was, my most famous game with Kasparov is Geneva, where he literally...
That was a rapid game?
That was a rapid. And, there I got the full Monty.
Yeah, that's a famous one.
And that's all obviously immortalized on YouTube. And so, and he also had this Nepo habit of if you made some move that he wasn't sure of, he would start. So he would really make it obvious to you. And you always think, well, is he gaslighting me? I mean, I done well and he's just trying to mess with my head. But I don't think it's too much of an act. Like sometimes he'd really go and so on.
And interesting about doing that, though, is that you're giving quite a lot of information away to your opponents. Like imagine you played a move that he didn't expect. He's doing this whole show in front of you, but your move is actually good. I mean, that actually gives you more confidence, doesn't it? That you surprised him with a good move and he just wasn't expecting it.
But his expressions were a bit trickier to... I had the feeling after his thing, I would often think, I hope I haven't embarrassed myself. And so there's a bit of doubt in there anyway, even if it shouldn't be there. One of the big advantages that Kramnik had against Kasparov was that when he played against him, he genuinely thought a lot of Kasparov's moves were suspect. And so he was totally unaffected by all this showboating. Whereas the others, we were not sure. I think this was Kramnik's big strength against Kasparov. And it could have come from the fact, I remember he said something funny. He said when I worked for him for the match with Vichy in 95 in New York, he said, I saw his opening preparation and it's so full of holes. And he said, I stopped being impressed by his opening preparation, which could have a lot to do with, attitude and belief is very important, right? So I think Kramnik simply didn't give Kasparov, the measure of respect that
other people did.
Or the unquestioning trust in his opening moves as other people. He often didn't think, well, Kasparov moves, they're beautiful. There's some lines that are beautiful, but there's always a gap in there. Let me find it. And it helped him a lot.
What about playing with Kramnik? Were there any peculiarities about his demeanor at the board? I mean, he's kind of in general more calm. I think he likes to drink his tea.
Yes. One thing he would do, and of course this is not possible anymore, but at one point, if he was very good at a completely random moment at the game, he'd suddenly offer a draw. And because of his strength, so the usual range of emotions is, why is he offering me a draw? You would think through this logically. Why is he offering me a draw? if he's offering a draw, he must be concerned about something, because otherwise, why would he just stop it? And that was quite interesting on his part. But I don't think he's necessarily bluffing. He's basically saying, I'm happy to stop now, but if you want to go on, I'm happy to go on. And that's a very strange mix in his head.
All right, well, we see that Jan, he's twirling the pawn in his hands and he's still figuring out a move. Do we want to try to figure out a move for him before we move on to something else?
Yeah, it's 0.0 and I still have no clue why. Let's try knight h g5. Oh, please don't drop. Oh, God.
Nope, you got to do more work, Vishy.
0.8. So the computer just laughed at me.
Yeah, I guess we shouldn't withdraw that knight from its beautiful position.
But I'm not withdrawing. I'm going to put the bishop there instead.
You want to put...
I'm thinking positive, but it doesn't matter.
Okay. Well, we've tried this attacking move a lot.
1 second, just go back a second. What about bishop takes g3?
Okay, I'm going to make some shocked expressions because I didn't even...
You can make some facial expressions.
I did not see that coming.
Well, if hg3, I want to play knight f4 check. I think that's winning. Just try it.
Wow.
But
really?
knight e4, I'm suddenly wondering what happens on knight e4.
Okay, that move is the, you know, is the move
so
that we're looking
hg3, knight
for.
e4 is resigns on the spot. No,
it's not resigns, but there's...
How can it not be resigns?
We keep
so
going.
Queen g6 check. How can this not be resigned? Oh, it just goes king f1, e1. King f1, knight g3, king f2 or something, and then the knights just stand next to each other and draw.
Basically, you're saying, wait,
no, that's
I went
not it,
the
but
wrong
king
way.
e1.
King e1. So you're saying you take my queen.
You take it back and somehow, because you also have rook a3 and maybe this just about works.
Wow, so you're holding on. Oh, he's taking it.
He's taken it.
You know, the timing is perfect. You know, just as we randomly came back to the board, it's like, and you found bishop g3, Nepo finds it too.
Well, because I thought queen g6 was winning. But okay, so if knight takes e4, what's the... Oh, just bishop e4, king g3, knight into f1. Knight into g1, excuse me. And I keep...
So you're saying here, if knight takes e4.
That is lost, apparently. Bishop takes e4.
Bishop takes e4, king takes g3.
And Hikaru has this look of, what the hell did I do? So he...
Oh, let's look at him. Let's look at him for now. This is... Oh, okay.
Could you make his thing a bit bigger?
Yeah, let's... Okay, he doesn't look happy. But don't give up, Hikaru. You're not losing. Just work it out. Okay, but
this could mean one of many things. It could mean he's already seen it backstage.
Yeah.
And he was hoping Nepo wouldn't see it, or he's come here and seen it. But now after king g... Yeah, what's happening here? Knight takes g1 is forced. But you can't do anything about it. If you go queen g4, you just play bishop f5. And this is lost.
Yeah, this is lost
so
because...
he has to play g3. He has no other choice.
Okay, let's see.
There is nothing else.
Pawn takes. Knight f4. You got to take it. And then the problem is you're losing your queen no matter what, but you're getting a lot of pieces. Now, some moves actually just get checkmated. So you need to step backwards. And you might as well go here and stay together. He really doesn't look happy. And I have a feeling like if he had seen all of this and come back to the board, you know, why the show? Why the show? Why waste energy on that? Then just play your move.
You might be right. But was he oblivious to it?
I think so. That would be my guess. Okay, so look at that. It's not lost. Let's evaluate this position that we are probably going to reach once he calms down and starts calculating. He's got lots of time. He's got rook and 2 pieces for the queen, and they have 5 pawns each. So the king is, of course, in a weird spot, and the pieces are not very developed. But in terms of material, Hikaru is doing fine. But he needs to make sure his king doesn't get mated, right? Because there's, I mean, just...
First, he's got to stop thinking he's made a blunder.
Yeah.
If he can get past that, then he's halfway there.
Right. So, I mean, queen g2 looks pretty dangerous. Shouldn't we just try to come in? Well, apparently...
White is now winning. Well, white is now
apparently
big advantage. Because of
not that
let's try to figure this out. Is it knight f1 or is it rook a3?
That's rook a3, right? Or, yeah, let's try rook a3. Oh, no, it's not. All right. What did I blunder?
No, I'm also baffled, by the way. I'm not... So knight f1, knight f1 to g3 maybe is the way what it wants to do.
Knight f1.
And that keeps the advantage.
And then when you attack me,
Knight 1 to g3. I think that's the better one. And then I'll go rook a3, rook e3. And now, in fact, I can see why it's huge for white.
yeah. So basically, if the pieces coordinate, then white would actually be better. So Nepo is still, once they get to this position, Nepo is going to have to figure out the next course of action. Okay, Hikaru's getting himself together, and he's realizing that he doesn't have that many choices. Things are not as bad as he thought. Okay. He still has Nepo under pressure on the clock. He took the bishop. Okay. He's being more testing about this, obviously, than, you know, when Vidit did this bishop h3 sacrifice, but here he has less of a choice. Knight f4, pawn takes. They're going by force into this line. Queen g6, king f1, yeah, Naka. Also very good at calculating things.
Also, it'd be interesting to know why king e1 is important and not king f2 is not.
Knight check, black is winning the queen. And now, yeah, somehow king e1 is the more accurate
because if
move.
king f2, I will take and go bishop h3 and I land a queen g2 check. So it apparently doesn't want to help you along.
You're saying if this, then maybe there's not even. Maybe it's not
Maybe
even
it's not a
that
big
bad.
difference. Yeah, try knight e2. Knight e2 and bishop h3. And...
But they are going to reach a very unusual position, right? That's the thing.
Yes.
It's very hard to even evaluate this with such an unusual material balance on the
It feels
board.
like one of these 7-piece endgames where suddenly you've got a completely random mix of pieces.
Okay, he went, I think, to e1.
Oh, okay.
Yes. And
Good intuitive judgment.
yes. Here we are, and we are going to arrive in this position, and I guess that Nepo is going to stop and think here. Okay, Hikaru looks like he's adjusted. Like he realizes things are not so bad, even though he missed all of this. And Nepo needs to figure out where to go. So we just tried queen g2. It wasn't good. What else can we do?
Bishop d3 you didn't like at all, right?
Did we try that? I feel like we didn't try that yet. That was my second attempt. Bishop d3 it also is not absolutely in love with. So there's one move here that it considers better than all the others. Well, you know, given how close white is to playing rook a3 and then kind of consolidating, well, what could it be? Can we try to attack the f pawn in some way?
How? Maybe white's plan in all circumstances is knight f1, knight g3. Maybe that's what I should be aiming for no matter what.
Knight
you could go bishop
g4
g4 here. Just try bishop g4.
And kind of opening this diagonal.
Yes.
Yes, that feels good. Yep.
And then if rook a3, then I go queen c2 even, yeah.
Yeah.
And if rook c3, which is almost forced. No, it's
he played bishop g4. Okay, good for Jan. He found the best move pretty quickly. I don't know why Hikaru is in such a hurry to play his move. He probably has some choices here, but I guess rook a3. Yeah, I think he's reaching for that rook in the corner. I think so.
Why is the computer so dismissive of queen c2? I thought I'm winning the a4 pawn for free.
Okay, this is on the board.
What is going on after queen c2? You have to play rook c3, right?
Okay, so you're threatening my knight and then my bishop.
Correct.
Well, I could make the, you're threatening my knight. So you're trying to go rook c3.
Why is the computer thing saying that it's now white is better? It's now says blundering that a pawn was helpful. I can't see why. Oh, it just wants to go knight f3, king f2 and it feels it is consolidated. Which is strange because I would have thought black is consolidated. No more does white have an past a pawn.
Yeah.
And I've got a great position. But this is interesting.
So even though black won a pawn, it's liking white a bit more now. So what is the move that it wants to do to keep the balance here for black? So Jan has some issues here still. Hikaru's mistake was not such a big one. So what is White's next move, is she? Is it that
What
knight
if I
f3?
take on e2 and go queen g2? You can't go back because I'll win the d4 pawn. So where will you go? I'll win the f4 pawn otherwise, but maybe then you'll play knight b3, bishop d2, and you consolidate.
So I run.
Now I go queen g3.
I run. Yeah, the problem is that once you take this pawn, right, I guess
He goes rook d3, knight b3, bishop d2, and takes on a5.
Right.
And he feels that it's...
maybe not that. Although it looked very tempting to win that pawn, but there's
It's
something
very
else
convincing
here.
when I give all 4 moves, but it never seems to work out.
Let's organize your match with the computer, Vishy.
b4.
b4.
No, that's
Yeah,
terrible.
I wanted to do that idea. I want this past a pawn, but maybe we need to prepare that somewhat. Okay, right now, let's just look at what's happening. You want to take my pawn. Let's just go knight f3. Let's just calmly defend things. Okay, that wasn't it. That still drops the eval.
Knight b3, queen e4 check. I thought it's just a draw. I thought you can't escape.
Yeah, this one doesn't really feel right, does it? I mean, it's
No.
just kind of weird to block in the rook like that. So there's...
I mean, you're running out of ways to defend that d4 pawn. What happens to the rook d3? He didn't like that either.
Yeah.
So what could it be? There's just no moves left.
Something with the king? Yeah, it's amazing that something here is giving White the edge. But
You said knight f3 wasn't it either,
yeah,
right?
knight f3 dropped the eval a bit. It dropped it like almost 1 pawn. So maybe White's still
But
better.
the others are dropping even more. So
I mean, okay, you're about to take my pawn and threaten the other one.
yes. And it's not allowing you to defend with the knight. There's some move with the king. But I can't see.
Jan is working hard. His situation is not easy. Okay, but he keeps finding the best moves. He takes on e2. And he has about 8 moves left to make until the time control. So he's not doing too badly, despite the fact that he is way behind Hikaru on the clock. King takes e2. And we might be going towards that position where Hikaru is gonna be the one who has a very difficult move to find to be better.
That we haven't found yet, yes?
Right.
Yeah, sure.
Right. Because, okay, once Nepo has taken here, it's kind of obvious that his point is to go queen g2 and like try to win these pawns. So, and by the way, queen g3 was somehow not the move. Was it queen g1, is she? I don't know why that would be the move.
And then you allow knight b3 and then you harass the king, yeah? Maybe.
I mean, the thing with queen g1, though, is that there's also rook c3.
What about queen f2, simply?
Okay. So
Yeah, we should probably look at some other games,
queen
but this
g1,
one is peaking, interest is peaking.
Yeah. Queen g1 was what he played. And that is
flat 0.
fine. Okay, yeah, he hits the bishop and the pawn right away without using the check. Okay. Yeah, we didn't look at that one. Seems like a good idea.
I mean, maybe Hikaru will just cash in with knight b3 and take the draw.
Knight b3 and allow some kind of perpetual.
Yes, I'm assuming you can't run to a good square there. I cannot check you on a
Oh,
line.
Hikaru doesn't look happy. Oh, he doesn't look happy. Oh, he's thinking all that beautiful computer preparation going to waste. And it might not even be a super long game, so we are not getting in those stream hours. He has to keep the game going. It's all about the stream hours. So how do we keep the game going here, Vishy? What can he find?
Well, you have to give the d4 pawn with rook c3, or you play knight
Oh,
b3,
he's going
right?
knight b3 to end it. So knight b3 protects this and that, but it leaves the king very exposed, and we think there's a perpetual here, don't we?
Yeah.
Okay, he played it. Where's the perpetual, Vishy?
Queen g2.
Yeah. And I don't know. Let's run this way.
Queen g6. Yeah, queen g6.
Okay. So you're
Queen,
just
G3.
using these squares,
And
yeah?
queen g6. Can't let you escape.
Not letting me go to b1.
Yes. And king d1, queen g4.
Oh, I see. And
So you're just, yeah, this is just a draw.
you're basically, okay, so you found all the squares on the G file where you can check me.
Okay, this is a draw. Let's see. Let's take a bird's eye view of the open.
Okay, let's do it. Well, that was the most interesting game of the day, and it looks like, well, I have to say that Nepo played really well.
Yes.
Found that bishop takes g3 move that Hikaru probably missed, and
You know, I can't decide if I like Vidit's position or Abbasov's position. I'm almost tempted to say that it's Abbasov who's doing well. But he's still defending his pawns on the king side, but it just doesn't look fun to play.
Prague's position looks comfortable like it did before. And Ali Reza, I mean, I do feel like we're seeing some action on that board. Maybe we take a quick look at that.
Sure. What
Before
about yes, knight b6 here? What's he going to do? Is
the
he gonna do
break.
some
So
great sacrifice?
he just played c4, using the pin over here. And you're saying if black
Then there's
goes
a
knight
draw.
b6,
You just go queen c1, queen c2, queen c1, c2, and it's a draw.
queen c1,
King h7,
threatening
queen
the
c2,
sacrifice.
king h8, queen
They
c1,
have to go here.
And then it's a draw, yeah.
Uh-huh.
So can, let's see the evaluation before knight b6
It was equal.
as well. So the point is essentially that the same, he didn't even need the c4. He could have drawn with queen
Right,
b6,
so he
d2.
could go queen c1, and he actually had the draw in hand right here
Yeah.
if he wants. But Ali Reza, I guess, is not ready to just accept that result, so he throws in c4.
But after c4, knight b6, how can white play for something?
What can you do? Yeah, draw, of course, is not a bad result for Gukesh. He will still be tied for the lead with Nepo. Maybe we do a bird's eye view of the women before we go on our break. So Garyachkina is, for some reason, oh, it's still a draw. Like it's white's turn to move, I guess, and she will take the f5 pawn. So should still be a draw. Lagno versus Salimova. We haven't really talked about that game very much today. It does look like Lagno is up a pawn. Kind of looks like that should be good for her. What do you think, Vishy?
It's on the high end of the compensation scale, but it's a pawn. And being on f5 means that the rooks miss a lot of key squares, perhaps.
So in Lei versus Vaishali, wow, now we have both rooks in the center as well as the knights. Okay, Hikaru and Nepo are, I think, going to be agreeing to the draw soon. And white had just played this interesting move, c4. Is that a good attempt by Lei to play for a win? It feels like a bit of a strange move, but I guess the pawn is maybe trying to get to c5. So Hikaru is going to be the one who's a little disappointed because he came armed with some good prep.
Yes, and of course further analysis will be needed, but it looked like he actually was better. So,
but the thing is, yeah, the position was sufficiently complex that once the computer preparation ended, it was just not that easy for him to navigate. And yeah, we're going to see how the rest of the games play out. Our most exciting matchup for the day just ended in a draw. Jan Nepomniachtchi remains one of the leaders of the tournament pending on the game between Firouzja and Gukesh. And we will see you guys shortly on the other side of the break. we're back just in time to see Vidit seize the initiative against Abasov. Let's jump into that game because after a lot of maneuvering, something has finally started to budge in that game. And Vidit has played this aggressive looking move G5. And I guess he's been building up to this for a few moves. His position started from here where it was equal. And Nijat played knight e2. I'm not really sure why. Apparently that was a really bad knight retreat. And do you see any reason why he did that?
Probably he just wanted to put the rook on g3 and leave it there. But he could play rook f2 and I think somewhere queen c3 a5. Maybe there isn't actually that much to do in the position, but this keeps equality. But now he's busted.
So basically what's happening here is balance because black can never really push g5, giving up that square. Black can also never really push that because like every single white piece controls it and nothing's really happening on the queen side. So was he afraid of this pawn getting attacked somewhere, Vishy?
Well, he could defend it with the rook. So I think what he was afraid of was, I think he really wanted to put the rook on g3 and he just forgot the position.
Okay, so
there is this reaction, which is f5. Queen d6, attacking the king.
Okay.
With the thing at the battery against the king and knight c1, f5, and he just missed that.
Okay, so he actually wound up, first of all, that looks just awful, doesn't it? Like the knight from g3 to c1, just that whole concept doesn't look right at all because the knight just looks completely out of play there.
That's my feeling as well, that even if he got rook g3, it might not be worth very much. Let's say I just pull back to e8.
Yeah.
And then what's he doing?
So then he walks right into this. This is quite sad. So obviously he can't even take probably e4 is going to be
E4.
very problematic.
And if rook g3, g5.
Or what am I even talking about? There's a hanging rook here as well, maybe.
Yeah, but that almost feels like a luxury because e4 is also strong. But yes, both moves work perfectly.
Right. So then he moves his rook back. So he let Vidit have all this counterplay. Now he's stuck with these double pawns that the bishop actually is putting pressure on. The knight's still terrible. And queen e7.
Knight f3, g5, and he's gone g3.
Wow. This is just getting so bad because now he's getting rid of the knight that wanted to hop to f5 before he goes g5. g3. So first of all, Vishy, g5 has kind of an obvious intention of going g4.
And it's basically pushing the knight out. So where does that knight go? If it comes to g1, I play g4, then you go knight e2, but that's pathetic. So instead he's decided to stem the rot with g3. But now I feel that maybe black could even consider an exchange sack because the remaining white pieces are so bad. So let me try g4.
Okay. let me think about what you're trying to do. I'm thinking about which exchange sack you're going to allow me. I guess you're inviting the knight in.
Yes.
But if I take, I mean, you're going to just take with your rook.
I might take with the pawn as well and then play knight g5 and rook at7.
But both of them look really good, don't they? Yeah. I mean, even taking with the rook looks like very nice, doesn't it?
Sure.
So they're both very tempting, yeah. Okay. And if I go here, how did you want to win?
Well, I don't want to play h4. I want to go knight h4 without h4.
Ah.
That was the point.
Ah, you don't even want to take. Okay.
Yes, I want to go knight h4 here. And then my idea was maybe I take gh3. I let you have your knight f5. But apparently that is not good. Okay, so come back and then play, what is it, knight g5? Maybe knight g5 here. Knight f5, and this keeps a lot of the advantage. Maybe.
But why?
Queen e6, let's say. Okay, that one seems not to be ideal. King g7.
And so black is doing fine because they're going to win this pawn, but it's not necessarily better for black, who's already sacrificed the exchange.
Maybe rook f5 is just my
yeah.
Yeah. No, even not that.
Well, white apparently has some way to equality in this position. What's that going to be? It's pretty tough with pieces like this knight on c1.
H4.
How about knight d3? I've learned from you, Vishy. You know, it's these tricky moves, you know, that you know, we want to find. Yeah.
Happy to be of service.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm here to learn for these few weeks, you know. So.
Okay, so then it's not queen e6. Maybe queen d7 actually becomes convincing. Just try queen d7 instead of queen e6. There,
Okay, queen d7. But so you're really wanting to like allow this knight to f5, huh?
Well, because I want to get in g4.
Yeah.
Maybe I can prepare it even better by moving a rook somewhere and playing g4 on the next move or something.
Yeah,
like
let's go back a little slower. So g3, so we were quite rash with that, or at least we tried to get this in quickly. Is there a way to do things without letting this knight activate? For example, okay, there's no knight f6 ideas that we can try. You just have to work out this line.
Yes, knight takes g5. But then you have knight g4 check, head g4, queen g5. So
Right.
that works out. Let's try it.
Let's try it. Let's improve the knight. Attack the pawn. I really want to make you go back. But if you want to do some tactics against me,
Then knight g4 check.
knight g4 could be looking quite dangerous because
Yes.
basically, you know what it is? It's this bishop versus this knight, right? It's kind of like providing the big, well, I mean, it's also the little details of things hanging on the g file, but certainly the white knight is not helping things out. So,
I mean, if this goes through, then Vidit actually is back on +1.
yeah,
So
well, I
very
think this
remarkable comeback for him.
the scenario that is actually going to play out, which is why we really want to take a look at this
I
game.
mean, you can see he's got his game face on. You know, now he's concentrating because he
Yeah.
knows that this is not the kind of thing you want to let slip.
Yeah, and right now, let's take a look. He has 4 moves to make to the time control, 5 moves actually, and he's got
What
11
happened
and a half minutes. That game probably ended in a draw. Yes, it
I don't know.
did.
I see the white king on e4.
Yep, it's a draw, Vishy. Logno
Oh, okay.
versus, yeah. There's also, there's a black king over there too.
Yeah, I know. I just wondered if it was on d5.
Ah,
but it's on
yeah,
d5.
yeah.
No, it's actually, yeah.
Yeah. So that game is not a game that we paid much attention to today, but it did eventually end in a draw. As I think, you know, we'll see what's going on in the Lei versus Vaishali game. Actually, let's go to Lei versus Vaishali.
Yeah, because she's in big trouble.
Yeah, because also the time trouble elements, right? The women are trying to make the time control, and Lei and Vaishali has 1 minute to do it, and she still got 8 moves. And her position is apparently not very good here.
So apparently on move 25, sorry, 28.
28.
Queen b8 was a blunder.
And apparently there was a gorgeous,
Queen takes d5.
yeah, like, should we try to understand this move?
Sure. So rook takes d5, knight f6 check, gf6. Rook
I guess we
takes-
take both of these rooks.
And your queen has no way out. King g7, rook d5, and your queen
Yeah,
is trapped
it's completely trapped.
along with a coterie of bishops. So
That's amazing.
yes.
That's gorgeous. Like how, this is why you don't want to decentralize your pieces like
I mean, she
that.
could have gone queen e7, I guess.
Where could she have gone with her queen?
e7?
I guess that was the only other option, right?
Yes.
But she
I mean,
tried,
the elimination. But
yeah, she tried to keep her bishop defended. Lei did not
knight
find
is-
that though.
yeah,
She
but
gave
she
up
took-
the advantage, or at least most of it. Position was all right for Vaishali, but something went very wrong. Wow, rook takes d8. What was she supposed to do? Take the queen?
apparently.
And somehow she was supposed to make that decision and be equal
Oh,
here.
this was still an escape. Wow.
Yeah, and so she took back, and now suddenly she's back to losing because, well, she's down a pawn. There's truly not a lot of compensation for black for that pawn. Her queen wasn't amazing. She tries b6. All right, let's see if Lei can put this game away. Because it might be the only decisive game for the women. By the way, Vidit did play knight f6. So he's on track.
Right.
b6, and what do we expect from white here? I don't know, c6 looks like that would be nice if you can do it, but I'm not sure that we can. If we can't, maybe just bishop e3.
What about b3?
Wow, she puts it on the board.
And bishop b2 is coming.
Nice idea. Yeah, look at that. That's gorgeous. Actually, you're using the fact that the queen is out of play completely, yeah?
Yes.
So you're going to go here, they're going to go there, and then you will sacrifice. Yep, it looks good. So that's a very accurate move by Lei. Yeah, that lets us know that she should not really have a problem winning this position. Vaishali does not have a lot of time. And also her position is bad. And we have a result in Garyachkina versus Tan. That game ended in a draw. So this is going to be the only decisive result on the women's side. And I would say, you know, it's interesting how the tournament sort of ebbs and flows. Like yesterday, the women had all decisive games. Today, we could just feel like the excitement was not really there on the women's boards as much, right? So, but we still might have one decisive game. I think this is a good candidate. This b3 move is very powerful because how do you even guard g7 with that bishop attack coming?
Yes.
Yeah, I think this game can be over by move 40. And then we're going to have some suspense as to whether, you know, actually Ali Reza has kept his game going. That game did not end in that repetition.
Okay, so let's have a look there.
Yeah, and
Because this tournament is...
this one you think is quite
pretty much,
clear, yeah?
Yes. So I think we can...
All right, let's take a look at the Open. We have Ali Reza against Gukesh with a game that has a lot of implications for the leaderboard. And actually, Ali Reza has...
is crossing the bounds of acceptable risk, maybe.
Yes, he decided, okay, first he gave up a pawn.
I guess this could have been a sign that he's not taking the draw because he could have taken it to the previous move. So that itself suggests that he's... C4, rook g8 is amazing.
Why?
Was it Gukesh who is declining the draw now?
Why? Because, you know, we couldn't go like queen c1 and still make it? Is it, what, your bishop f8 or knight?
Maybe just rook a8. And if bishop h6, rook c4. Yes, that was it. Oh, that is very... Rook g8 is a profound move, isn't it? Oh, I didn't... that is a massive move, rook g8. If Gukesh wins today, it's because of this. Because suddenly the draw is no longer in reach for Ali Reza.
Well, actually, there was still something here to keep it even. But apparently, it wasn't Ali Reza's move, rook a1. This one...
Maybe it's b4. Because there's always some random stuff like this. Just try b4.
Just try it. Okay. Yeah. That was an option. And so the point is, if I take
cd5,
cd5, ed5, and you have...
And now I'm some queen d4, bishop h6, e6.
Yeah, you have some...
You may want to draw some arrows here.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know, queen d4, there's bishop c5. Maybe you want to try something else.
That's true. So e6 first.
Yeah, like that. Let's throw that in.
fe6. And then bishop takes h6.
Yeah. Oh.
No, that
maybe
wasn't
not.
it. So what is it? Knight h4. Knight h4 maybe.
You want to attack on the light square.
Oh, so it wasn't the bishop at all. It wasn't that game. You're just going for knight g6 and queen c2. And then it's game over. So knight f8. And now bishop e5 is massive. Or maybe already bishop h6. Maybe bishop h6 is winning here. Yes.
Bishop
it's
h6.
not the best move though. Maybe it's bishop e5 then.
Can you just show us, Vishy, why this is so winning?
Either rook g8 and rook b4 or...
Like, where is that?
Oh, rook g8, queen g4, rook b4.
Ah, just like that.
Yeah.
Oh, nope. Somehow, no. Somehow we're not that winning here.
Okay, just go back a bit.
Let's go back and find that +5.
Maybe queen takes d4 then.
Maybe,
queen d4, sorry.
Yeah, queen d4 and...
rook takes b4.
And then you have rook b7 with check. Yeah.
The reason it was important to do it like this is because I don't allow you queen a1 coming to the long diagonal. And after you play basics, I'll take on g8 and then switch plans. I go queen g4, rook f4 or whatever. I'm probably winning this. Or even take rook b3 might just be over.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's go back. So basically,
So he had to play b4.
yeah, well, there were more interesting options than this rook a1. So this one apparently was quite poor. And let's not forget that Ali Reza has already sacrificed a pawn to get here. So he's basically down a pawn.
Yeah, actually there was an important trick here. So he went knight d4, and Gukesh, of course, went knight e4. If he had gone dc4, then bishop d2, queen b6, bishop a5, queen a6, and bishop c7. And, thank you very much.
All right, so you just found a way to trap the black queen.
Yeah, so he went
out
knight
of
e4.
nowhere. So that was the trap. Bishop d2 was a threat.
Yeah.
That's why knight e4.
And he keeps some advantage.
Yeah, because Ali Reza has given up a pawn and doesn't have obvious compensation for it now, right?
No?
This knight is very powerful. It's chasing out the rook. Black's king side is defended. Yeah.
And Gukesh is a very good calculator, so...
Wow, so this one move by Ali Reza, rook a1, that didn't really have much of a point, is really the culprit. Were there other ways, Vishy, other than b4? Or was that really the main thing?
I mean, all my ideas end up with b4, but we can try queen c1, queen c2, and then b4. It's very similar because actually you could do that because queen c1.
But then we had the problem with
yeah,
c8, yeah.
That was the problem. So b4 is the move.
Yeah, so basically...
I mean, if you want to turn on the lines, and for 1 second, let's see how many moves.
I don't even know how to do that, Vishy, how to turn on the lines.
It's not...
So let's not mess around with that one. Yeah. No. b4. And if you, well, yeah, I guess you shouldn't be taking the pawn, right, is the point. So you should be moving the queen somewhere.
Maybe.
Queen b6.
But then maybe even c5.
Maybe c5, you know, we get a lot of space.
No, that's not it. It's c takes d5.
C d5, okay.
And if d5,
do we just take
knight d4 maybe.
Knight d4, you don't even want this pawn, yeah?
If I do that, you go queen e6. No, it's not even this.
Let's take it.
Queen e6.
By the way, we have some movement in Vidit's game, and also I would say...
Vaishali has resigned, yeah.
Vaishali has resigned. Yeah, okay, tough loss for her. That puts Lei, I believe, on +1. And actually, let's take a look at Caruana versus Prague. The engine is still giving this as equal. Yeah, maybe not much is going on. Yeah, things are just getting traded.
Yes.
Okay, so let's go to Vidit's game, because then we're guaranteed some action here. Wow, something has gone wrong for Vidit.
Knight f6, he went knight d2.
Hold on.
Yeah.
He had a lovely position here. We liked that move. It provoked knight d2, and then apparently his next move, protecting the knight, was the big lemon. Something else was better here, Vishy.
Maybe rook takes d2.
Rook takes d2, that's an aggressive move. But it's...
It's awful.
Why is it so bad? I guess rook takes d2 and... Oh, it's queen takes d2? Okay, it's queen takes d2.
And therefore, if knight e4, then rook f8 check into
okay. That's the intermezzo that saves the rook and wins for white. Okay, so what should he have done? Well, actually, let's see what he did and why it wasn't good. Then it'll help us figure out. Rook d6. That brings it down to equality. The knight is trying
knight
to...
e2, because it's going to c3. I'm going to shut things down on...
working those knights.
But what about knight takes... Oh, again, rook d2, queen d2, knight e4, rook f8 check. That intermezzo is saving white every time.
I see. So it's the f8 square that is the key, and that's why rook d6 is a mistake. And so that's why...
But anytime you take on d2, f8 square is vacant. So he has to do something with the knight.
He needed to do something, but maybe he also could have just used the other rook, do you think, to protect, like rook g6?
Okay, give it a shot.
Okay,
well,
that wasn't...
slightly better, but let's say I go knight e2, what do you do?
Yeah, let's see what else it could be. Well, so it's not rook takes d2, it's not rook d6. Something was here. Rook F7.
Abasov is going like, maybe he senses a little bit of relief in his position. I don't know.
He's got twice the time that Vidit does, but Vidit only has a few moves until the time control.
Yes, Vidit has 10 minutes and Abasov has 20.
It is Abasov's turn right now. And by the way, so yeah, do you think we can find that better move for Vidit he should have done?
Queen D7. Yeah, Queen D7 or D6. I don't know.
Queen D7 like that. That's not an easy one. And it's definitely better than what he did. Yeah. So if we take...
Then we take on D2 and
yeah,
that's
then
the point. And also we stop knight E2. But hang on, wait, put the queen on D7. I just want to try one more thing. Knight A2. Because if I can play knight C3, D5.
Right, you're
but
trying
maybe
to
you go
the
now queen D3 and that messes me up somehow.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
And then you can't really get to C3. And then this pawn is hanging every time I take. This happens, and I guess the end of all these lines, this one hangs,
You just double with the rooks. Or you can go rook D3 here again, and then the rook is free.
Yeah, you're winning all these pawns.
So you needed to bring the other rook back. The other rook F1, F2.
Yeah.
Now I have to take it. You take it, and I go rook D7, and maybe the rook ending is very nice.
And then you have time to get your rook in, yeah?
At least that's the theory.
Okay, so maybe that was the best move, Queen D7.
Okay,
Not an
he's
easy
played something.
one.
I don't know what he played.
Rook D6, Knight E2, Bishop D7, and Abasov answered with Knight to B1. Huh, a paradox.
Why did he go Knight C3?
Yeah, I'm really confused by that because it's like...
Is it Knight C3 H4 was the problem?
Well, he must have thought that was the problem, but apparently Knight C3 was the better move anyway. And on H4...
No, white is winning here. Getting whiplash from this position. So G4? Or is it Rook F6 and Knight D5? Oh, I forgot about Rook F6 and Knight D5.
Yeah, this is probably
Not
it. Although I don't know. I feel like pawn takes G3, king takes G3, I guess. Okay. Pawn takes, then king takes.
And maybe there is some Rook at 7 which allows it.
And then this is our idea. There is Rook H7.
But then I check twice and get rid of your queen. So there is something else.
You say check twice and get rid of the queen.
Rook F8 check, Rook 1 F7 check.
Basically, you're saying that this position is winning for white.
Knight F3 maybe.
Even though we lose that pawn.
That
okay. But I mean, his move, Knight B1 is really strange. Like, I don't know, don't you feel, Vishy? Like, because you're trying so hard to improve that knight that was on C1, and then you put another knight on the back of the board. It just feels really weird as a concept. Like, I wouldn't even think about that.
Besides, because we don't need to block the thing like this. We can block with the rook on F5. So Knight C3 would have been perfectly playable. If you go Queen E6, I have Rook F5, which...
Right, that's an important point, to guard that pawn.
So go back a second. What did he not like here? Okay, for Knight B1, Vidit has gone G4.
Was he afraid, actually, of
or
like
did he
some
go
sort
H4,
of...
sorry.
Yeah, no, Knight G4 doesn't work because at some point we're going to have like, we're going to have like Rook F8 or something, right? You don't really have time to attack me on the H file.
He's gone G4.
Okay.
And is that a good thing? Yes, it seems to be a good thing.
So we have, let me see what's on the board. H4, Knight C3, yeah.
I think the difference here is if Rook takes F6, I go Rook takes F6. Here. Oh, he's just come Knight C3. Then even not even Rook F6 wasn't even a threat.
Vidit's move is probably going to be what? Is it going to
G4?
be G4 or, yeah. I think that's...
G4 is just over.
Oh, he did something else.
He's playing C6.
Okay, that's interesting. I kind of like it. I definitely like keeping that knight out. And he has just made his 40th move. Because g4, maybe it's just too wild, yeah? Can we go rook f6 here, Vishy?
Try it. No.
Rook takes or what?
Well, it's -4.
I know, but why?
I would take on
Why?
f6, take on f1, that's it, no?
Like that. Uh-huh.
And your knight is a miserable piece
Yeah,
anyway.
you're taking too many of my pieces from me, yeah? Your black is completely winning. Yeah, there's massive, like this queen is like the worst queen ever. Okay. So you can take an f6. So what would we do?
Maybe knight d5 plugs some gaps or something, I don't know.
Yeah, knight
Yeah,
d5. So Vidit's move is actually quite good, c6.
Yes, c6 stops everything. Of course, no better than g4. G4 is lousy.
And Nijat is getting ready to do something, but what does he have? This knight is now blocked. I mean, this knight doesn't really have anywhere to go. G4 must be the move that black is threatening to play.
Or hit g3 and rook at 7. Maybe that's also.
Yeah.
They reached 40. Let's see what happened with the Gokation.
Okay. Let's take a look. They have actually a lot of moves left to play. Wow.
Alireza has chucked one more pawn.
Ali Reza has to make 13 moves in like 3 minutes. But his disadvantage is getting less. So let's see if he can make his way out of this. C takes d5. Okay. So I suppose, Vishy, that we have to capture with the e-pawn here.
What about knight takes f2?
Wow, okay, didn't cross my mind. Here we go,
takes f2,
rook
rook
d5,
d5.
yeah.
Where do you go? Rook
I guess I
d3.
go here, then you start.
He has done it.
Oh, wow, he has put knight takes.
So he's just doubling. And now after bishop e3, bishop c5, but the computer says it's very minor, the advantage. I don't know if it's true or what.
Rook d5, okay. So how do we defend this knight? If we lose the knight, we have an absolute losing position with like down 3 pawns. Ali Reza has played rook e4. Yes, that's a good move, holding the pawn and getting ready to go bishop e3.
Why? If I go rook d8, what are you doing?
Okay. But Ali Reza has like a...
if I go bishop c5, what happens after bishop c5? Could you just humor me a second here?
You want, instead of rook d8?
Yeah.
You want to go bishop c5.
It's a draw now. I don't get it. Bishop e3.
Yeah.
Rook d8.
Do you think I just have to sack here? I think I do, right?
But I take with the queen.
Oh,
No, this is lost.
Yeah.
But my point was, if you go rook b1, I go bishop takes d4.
And you're...
Yeah, so this is not it either.
Yeah, you're just winning here because it's a check to the king and the queen is hanging.
And I don't see other moves.
Okay, let's try to find it. So we're about to lose this knight, and that means losing the game. I mean, this king needs to move somewhere, so it's not a check somehow. Bishop d4 doesn't seem...
How is this possible? I don't see a single move which works for black, and apparently there's one.
Yeah, not obvious how white saves themselves in this position.
Okay, try rook c5.
It's going to be super hard for Ali Reza, but yeah, we know rook c5 doesn't work, right?
Oh, we did. We got there. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. So Ali Reza also has like under 3 minutes for a
But
ton
it's
of
flat
moves.
0. I mean, this is amazing. Chess is amazing.
So rook
How
e4,
can
we're
this
on
be
move
possible?
We're on move 29. He has to make 11 moves in less than 3 minutes in a position that's actually really complicated. So he's going to have to come up with something absolutely brilliant that we don't see yet. So like, yes, Gukesh is moving in his rook. Okay.
Okay, he's starting with the rook, which is also fine, I guess.
Now, do we have any move other than bishop e3? No, Ali Reza instantly plays bishop e3.
I mean, if Ali Reza has seen the solution, I'm very, very impressed. I'm a fan.
All right, you're a fan. You're going to be an Ali Reza true believer, like Magnus. Okay. I really hope that he's going to show us the goods here, because it would be just
even
too
bishop
sad.
g5, I think it looks horrible, but anyway.
Okay. And I can't move my knight because I lose my rook. Yeah, I'm still at that stage where I'm trying not to hang like all my pieces here.
I mean, it's not even giving me a point plus some miserable 0.1. It's just 0.0.
Is queen b3?
Oh, yes, okay. Thank you. And if rook takes
there
d4,
you go. I'm somewhat useful.
Hang on, rook takes d4.
Okay. All right. Queen takes.
Oh, rook takes d4, and queen takes, and rook takes d8 check. That was it. Okay.
Wow.
So it was just queen b3. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Now I see.
So we just take here, and then you have a little problem.
Now it's even worse. Yeah.
Okay. So that's what Ali Reza is going to have to find.
He's played bishop e3, and I think, well, then he might have spotted queen b3.
So let's show that again. So we get out of the pin. All right, Gukesh is going to move in.
I think Gukesh might be as surprised with b3 because he might have missed it.
All right, he puts bishop c5 on the board. Let's see how quickly Ali Reza will come up with a solution here. This is really the only try that seems to work. The point is that, yeah, like this way I'm just out of the pins. I mean, you actually have 3 pawns for the piece. So you can go for this position as black.
That seems to be
if you want. Yeah, maybe this is what black needs to go for. But Ali Reza, has serious issues with the clock right now. He's getting close to 2 minutes. Still got 10 moves left to make. So let's see if well, he'll have to find queen b3 because it's really the only move he has to stay alive. There you go. He finds it. Okay. Okay, he still has some time on the clock to make it to the time control.
Maybe Gukesh sees it only now, and he might have missed that rook d4 d8 bit.
So let's show people again. We got queen b3 on the board. If rook takes d4, then rook takes d4. And the point is, if you take my queen, I'd take a lot of your pieces and not like that. Take with the rook, so I have everything protected. And
I mean, I'll go queen b1, maybe queen f5 takes h5, and probably I'll have enough.
Yeah, but certainly black doesn't really want to enter this position because the 2 rooks and the bishop are powerful. So Ali Reza might be.
Wait, let's go back to move 27 and see why the computer. Oh, it doesn't give a huge edge. That's true.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was like knight f2 was very tempting option by Gukesh. I think a lot of people, if they would actually see that move, they would want to go for it. So I guess he'll be asked later whether he missed the queen b3 resource or not. But we have a result in Caruana versus Prague. Looks like it was a draw. That game was quite balanced. I would say it's a successful opening for Prague. He really never experienced any problems at all with the black pieces. So another example of good preparation by him. And
very good play by Prague. Okay, with it is, again, it's not as big as I thought it would be. Maybe g4 is just a mistake. We had to go some rook at 7 or something. Was rook at 7 better? Yes.
So he made a mistake on his 41st move?
Yeah, g4, and now knight g3 apparently is not the end of the world.
And his knight g3 on the board? It is, yeah, Bassa found it. So, well, this is actually interesting because, making a mistake on your 41st move is a very typical thing. Like, it's not supposed to happen. When you just come out of time trouble, you get more time to think. But it does happen to players all the time.
Just 1 second. What happens after GH3? Why is this equal?
You're threatening knight G4, right?
Oh, maybe it's this.
And knight H5, yeah.
Yeah. And there is no way.
Wow, that's crazy that you're not going to be able to find a single good check here.
Yes.
Wow. Abbasov saving this game would be...
Both of them, Alireza
yeah.
and Abbasov saved today. I mean, one of them was due for -4, so if not
Yeah.
both. And so suddenly here they are.
All right, so basically, well, we can see why, we can see why Vidit played G4. It looks super aggressive, right? I mean,
I think
why...
he still doesn't see it because he's looking at GH3, but...
And I mean, I think, yeah, seeing this threat, it looks so amazing that you just think that, yeah, I'm winning, right? But then to find that actually, like, no, white takes an F6 twice. By the way, Vishy, what happens on, yeah, I guess rook G3, this is just nothing. Like, you just
King
take
G3,
it and then...
Queen F6, Queen F2, and what's the big deal?
Yeah, I guess your pieces come in and the white king is pretty safe, yeah?
Yeah.
And I guess this pawn will be captured soon if you go into the
Sure.
minor piece endgame. So,
Oh, this is a tough blow for both of them. I mean, Gukesh could have taken the sole lead and just go back to Gukesh. But maybe his advantage was never that big, as it turned out. It was -0.4 at max. So.
what is also that Alireza, of course, he didn't want that draw either. He played C4 and
so
kind of gambled. And here they are. Gukesh has made his way to this endgame.
The only win that Gukesh missed was the one that didn't exist that I spotted. So perhaps we should not say that he has a right to be disappointed just yet. I mean, it's a win that apparently didn't exist. Anyway.
Okay, so he's got 3 pawns for the knight now. White is out of danger. White still has to make a lot of moves to make the time control. In terms of practical differences between the two sides, like besides the engine evaluation, do you have a sense for whom it's easier to play this position?
I think it's just very hard to push those pawns now. If you go A5, I'll go rook C7. And if you go A4, I'll go knight C5. Just try it. And if B5, I go knight B7. That's not the best. Maybe rook F3 is the best. Yeah, here, maybe just rook F3.
Ah, you're just
And
going
we
for
double on the
activity.
7th.
Yeah.
And you're not really threatening to push these pawns somehow.
Yeah, the black pawns are not quite fast enough. Yeah, and white's pieces are actually quite active. Okay. Well, I mean, is this like a dead draw, or is this a position where things can still happen is the question.
I think what will happen is black will lose a crucial pawn on the queen side, but he might even win the e5 pawn. But that might be a draw anyway, because then the pawns are too dispersed and broken up. On top of that, pawn on h5 means that
A5 is on the board.
So now rook c7. Are the women finished?
The women are finished for the day.
Okay. So it's just these 2 games. Yeah?
Yeah, we got 3 draws in the women's, 1 win by lay. And I guess we're going to see a draw in Abbasov because he did play rook takes f6 and they're heading down that line.
Yes.
So a5 on the board.
A5 has happened, rook c7, a4, knight b5, let's see, and rook f3. That's
okay, Perugia invades on the 7th. He's at move 34 and he has a minute and 8. It's not a lot. He needs to focus on not losing on time. So I feel like there's quite a bit of drama still left here. The pawn goes a4, knight c5. We have that in our analysis. 5 moves left for Firouzja.
And by the way, even knight b7 might not be the end of the world, but after b4.
Yeah, but I liked your rook f3 was very nice. Yeah, it was very convincing. Yeah. I mean, I guess black can also go a3 if they want, right? I don't know. If rook a3, I thought maybe
rook e5, yes.
This could be quite equal, but okay. Let's see what Gukesh comes up with. He also doesn't have a ton of time. Right now, 2 pawns are hanging, and he plays
rook a8.
Rook a8. You're right. Rook a8. Okay.
And white's better now.
Well, but how? Knight b7, the pawn pushes.
Doesn't make sense, right?
Right. I mean, it's very understandable that he wants to push this pawn. If you take it.
Oh, wait. I know what he's thinking. He's going to play knight d7. That's the problem.
Ah, but that's not easy to find for Firouzja.
Because of a3, I think we should show this. Rook takes a3.
Did he do it? He did. All right. Firouzja showing himself to be very strong tactically.
But okay, after knight d7, let me go rook d2 check.
Wow. So this is such a tense situation, Vishy.
Rook d2 check.
Mm-hmm.
Or wait, put it back. a3. What am I blabbering? Oh, because rook a3. Sorry. So I go rook d2 check.
Let's just show people a3 rook takes. That was the point.
And it's not even a draw because the knight has a fixed square on
Oh,
g6.
we have a checkmate. Beautiful checkmate like that. That is one of the tricks on the board that Gukesh needs to avoid.
So knight d7. No, but play rook d2 check. Just give me a break.
Uh-huh.
Because if you go to f3, then I have a3.
Uh-huh.
And now you don't have rook a3 because rook a3 is check. So you
you're
have
saying
to go
I should
back.
go to g1. Ah, okay.
And then I don't have a3.
Gukesh is down to 23 seconds. This is crazy in terms of the time situation. This is the closest.
He's king h7.
Yeah, he played king h7. Oh my God, it's a losing move.
Yeah, because
maybe
knight
just
b6,
knight b6.
and now I have to go rook d2 check, and you go king e1. Oh, maybe it's not. The computer says it's losing, but why?
King d2.
And now I go rook d8.
Are
it's
these
dropping.
players going to even
So
make
there's something
it?
else happening. What else is happening? Is it rook g3?
3 moves left to make. There's so little time. Rook f3 is on the board.
Oh, that's the winning
Yes,
move.
this is the winning move. Firouzja found it, but he's only got 14 seconds. a3.
He's going a3,
takes on f7.
and it's lost.
And white is winning. King h8. How many moves does Firouzja have to make? He has to make 2 more moves. Knight f8, a2, and it's checkmate, I think, on the board.
Yeah.
Wow. Did Gukesh lose on time? Oh, this game is incredible.
Yeah.
That was so much drama there. Oh, wow.
Well, I think knight g6 happened as well, so it's
Yeah, knight
making
g6 is after a2, knight g6. That was the end. You know, as black is getting checkmated. Yeah, that was
king h7
super painful for you.
King h7. It had to be rook d2 check instead of king h7. And what is the evaluation here? Yeah, this rook d2 check would have still kept everything under control.
Look at those emotions. I mean, Gukesh knows that he should not have lost this game. Maybe he shouldn't have won, but he knows that he definitely shouldn't have lost.
Yes.
But Ali Reza dragged him into this this end game that was.
Also, just give me a second. What is wrong? Why is this winning? So, oh, just a rook here, and then I'll break through on c8. So you see how many dangers there are. So
yeah, let's take a look.
It had to be rook d2, and then with this trick that the third rank I have a check.
So basically, this was the brilliance move by Ali Reza, right? Knight d7.
Yes.
That move was so tricky because there was the threat of the fork, and there was the threat of the rook getting to the back rank and a checkmate with a knight. And so you're saying, Vishy, that this was a key move that black needed to throw in. Instead, he played king h7 here. king h7, and that move put him on the wrong path. So show us why rook d2 is better. So we have to move the king to the first rank. So let's say we go, I don't know, here or maybe here. Okay, let's try that. And then you still can't push the pawn.
Yeah, because of rook
take
a3,
it.
and I'm still
Yeah.
running rook c3. So now maybe the way is to go king g8 or something. Or maybe just make a quiet move, b5.
Right, maybe just save this pawn, sure. Right. So basically you played rook d2 to get out of that check.
Yeah. And if I go rook f3.
Rook f3, okay. You want to kind of come in with those rooks and do a similar checkmate to the one in the game.
Yeah. You can see his hands are shaking. It's just...
Yeah, it's like amazing that he still has like the presence of mind to reset the board. You know, because some people would just leave. It's actually quite a nice... It's quite a nice touch. I mean, it's all reflexes, right? It just sort of at this moment, but that he still has those reflexes to reset the board.
I was hardwired in another way. So
Yeah.
I never put the king on e4 at the end of my games. Or the king on e5 and all that. I don't even... For me, you get up and leave. You can set up the board in the initial rack or you can get up and leave. But, I mean, a miracle for Firuzha, which he desperately needed. But
he kind of earns it in a way too, right?
Yes.
In this game, I mean, I mean, the situation that these guys created with so much suspense in that last
and
minute
he was
of play.
pushing his luck by not taking that draw, but it pays off. And sometimes that's how it works.
Yeah, I mean, we really didn't know which one of them was going to lose on time. Like at some point, it was just, can they actually physically make these moves with no increments? So that was the most exciting time scramble that we've had here in the candidates so far. We knew that the no increments was going to be a factor. It was a huge factor in this game. You know, hopefully he can recover. He's still on +1. Thankfully, he's got a rest day tomorrow.
It's going to be awful today.
Today is going to be tough. But, you know, I feel
and you
like...
have the whole rest day to relive it. But yeah, so it's a mixed bag, but yes, certainly.
Well, so basically, let's just go through these final moves that came in so quickly to see what happened here. So after knight d7, he went king h7. I see. So the reason he did this move was because he wanted to be able to go a3 without there being a check on the back rank, right? So let's show people again. You can't do a3 because of this trick, the deflection of the rook from the back rank, and then suddenly if you take it, then this is going to lead to checkmate because of the knight being protected by the pawn. So the king cannot take the knight here.
Yeah.
By the way, Vishy, if the rook takes, the computer is still not saying that this is that bad for black.
Yeah, so it goes rook d8. Maybe rook takes e5, takes h5. So rook d8, knight b6, rook e5, I guess.
Yeah.
And I take h5, and then there's too little material. Maybe that's a draw.
Right.
So if he was also not down to seconds, he could have maybe poured metaphorically poured some cold water on himself. But he was also in time pressure, and he just ran it.
So
let's take a break. And the FIDE CEO Emil Sutovsky has given an interview to Levi Rosman. You can find it on our YouTube channel. But here are some sound bites from it.
We talked a lot on this subject, but I guess more generally, to sign off would be, what, in your opinion, is the future of chess? Not just for the top players, all the way down to the kids or the adults that are brand new. Online, over the board.
I think it will keep rising, the interest. I think we'll saw the peaks and some bumps also as well. But in general, I think the trajectory is good for chess. The availability and the affordability of online formats certainly help great deal. Also, chess, one thing which people rarely think about, but why is it so popular? It's very simple, because the game is very easy to learn, but hard to master. You learn it very quickly. I'm a fan of all sorts of board games, but it's pretty difficult to study them, most of them.
Yeah.
Those who are simple, they're not interesting. You exhaust them within a few days, right? And those which are difficult, and chess is ideal game one-to-one, because there are some games which can be played also by two players. I mean, like Colonizers of Catan, my favorite board game. You have to play 3 or 4 because you cannot trade with someone.
Yeah.
And so chess is very simple, but it's also hard to master. It could take you years to reach a level of 1,000 or 1,500, and not necessarily you will reach. So it's exciting. It's easy. It's very affordable, because what you need, you can play for free. And that's why I think it has a great future, and it happens more and more. And we see more and more young talents. Just another day, we saw the young guy from Turkey, Erdogmuş, just meeting another grandmaster at 12, and he's very bright. I saw his game. And it's nice, and it's all over the place. Previously, what was chess 50 years ago? It was Soviet Union, Bobby Fischer, not necessarily America, but Bobby Fischer and a couple of other American players, and occasional 1-2 players all over the world. That's it.
Yeah.
Now you have chess everywhere. You look at the top 50 in the world, would be like 20 countries or 25 countries there. And I think we have a bright future. And sometimes, let's say, we look at different angles and the perception is different, which is fair, but it's not necessarily bad. I mean, you do something that we cannot. You as a YouTuber. Chess.com does a lot which we cannot, but we do also a lot of things which you guys cannot. So there's a question where to find this synergy and where to find this win-win cooperation. I think it's important to talk, to listen to each other, and I'm happy we had this opportunity.
This one's you.
The king sucks. He can only move one square.
You've got to reassess your chess.
Grandmaster Maurice Ashley presents Jeremy Silman's How to Reassess Your Chess. So go to chessable.com/yourchess and start reassessing your chess today.
What do you think is your greatest achievement in chess so far?
I think I reached youngest 2800 was the something very cool. Because in general 2800 is very difficult already, so this was the best maybe I had.
Yeah, being so young and getting there is tough. And what's your goal, your biggest goal for chess?
For now, it's to become a world champion, to win these candidates. this is the short goal I have.
Yeah,
Short
it's living in the moment because you're here.
Yeah.
And what is the biggest difference for you playing in a tournament like the Candidates compared to other tournaments?
Of course, it's a longer tournament. It's 13 rounds. So normally we play like 9 rounds in Singfield Cup, for instance. So it's a longer tournament. You have to keep energy. So it's harder to balance because we don't have so much experience. But yeah, everything is more special. So a lot of things on the line. So. Trying to keep pressure, keep energy is important.
Yeah, and is there a special way you keep energy, like any special habits or rituals before, during?
To eat more probably than usual is helping a lot.
Yeah, well, that helps.
Yeah.
And we have one more game remaining for today in the open section. That is between Nijat Abbasov and Vidit. Let's take a look at the situation on the board. They're on move 50. And the
There's a draw offer on the table.
Where is that draw offer?
I mean, if Vidit comes back to G4, they've been repeating a few times. If Vidit comes back to G4 and goes back to C8, he has a draw.
How many times have they repeated this position?
Oh, the first time it was on D7 and it went to C8. So Queen E2, Bishop G4, Queen D2, Bishop C8, so 2.
That's 2 of this.
Queen E2, Bishop G4, and okay, there'll be
right.
But I think if you want to, it's clear that Abbasov is saying, I've got nothing. What do you want to do?
Actually, Black can't do very much either, can he? I mean, he doesn't really have any infiltrations into the White King.
And White is
position.
always threatening Knight A4 and come back. So that is also not very pleasant.
So you're not even worried about like maybe losing this pawn. And maybe you can just give that up.
Just take C5 and what's the big deal?
And maybe E4 is just not one of the important pawns on the board.
Also, maybe Queen F3 is a threat. If I exchange queens, then actually my A pawn might be unpleasant.
You think that's why he's been going Bishop G4, because we want to go and trade the queens.
Yes. But after Bishop G4, I don't know if I can
So let's say we make a random
F1.
move. We go here. Do we want to play Queen F3? Well, maybe here, I don't know. I kind of gave up.
It's saying draw,
yeah,
it's a draw
maybe
anyway,
it's
and
still
it
a
doesn't
draw.
care.
Yeah.
Queen takes H3.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go all the way back, E7, D8, whatever. Yeah, it should be a draw. Okay, so this is likely a draw. But the tragedy on the other board.
Yeah, definitely the story of the day that we're going to be highlighting in our recap is what happened in this game between Ali Reza and Gukesh. It was not one of the most fascinating ones from the get-go. That would go to the game between Naka and Nepo. But it was kind of a more slower developing one. But at some point, I mean, we can actually just take a look at that game. Do you want to take a look at that game? You know, at some point, Ali Reza decided to gamble a bit. Let's see which situation that was at.
So roundabout here, he had the option to take a, not at this very moment, excuse me. Yes. He had the option to take a draw with Queen D2, threatening Bishop takes H6, Black comes here. And then go back again, and Black is forced to repeat to stop Bishop takes H6. He played C4, and I had been suggesting to Irina that Black could play Knight B6, whereupon the same draw maybe manifests itself. I can even do it in style. I can take first, and then go Queen C1, and then we get the same draw. But I had not quite realized what was available in the position, because Gukesh found, I think it's a pretty impressive try. I mean, if he had won, I would have had to point this move out as the one that made the difference.
Although Ali Reza, if he would have found B4 here, then who knows if we would have been as impressed by Rook G. Because B4 is also like an impressive try by White.
Yes. The thing is, B4 is very nice here, because if you take this, then CD5, ED5, and E6 is nice. It's not for the reason I thought. I thought it would be Bishop takes H6 and a fork and some way of being better, but that's not it. It's this paradoxical move, Knight H4. And this square has become available. And when you do knight f8, then I take on h6. So there was a little detail there. But rook a1, he went queen b4. Maybe he could have gone queen c5. I don't know. He went queen b4. Hang on, let me see if queen c5 makes any sense. Oh, and it's back to a draw because of the bishop h6 line, I think. No, it's not. What is the draw here?
Should we just take on d5?
Yeah. Queen takes and then?
Well, we're down a pawn, but
maybe this is just very good compensation. Yes.
Yeah, maybe even knight d4. Yeah.
Comes to f5. So b3, he went knight c5. Now it was Perusha's turn to come up with some innovative stuff. But at this point, honestly, he's looking in trouble, and the computer does say is worse. Queen c5, rook c1, rook g d8, whereupon Firuzha threw one more in. Queen b4, cd5.
And that was, I guess, a very good practical try by Firuzha. He had that second pawn sack of b4.
Yes. And rook, he took on f2. The alternative would have been had to take here, but
looks pretty decent for white.
Always, when you have this pawn here and this thing, you always figure there's some counterplay. You could have done this, but knight f2 looked very tempting. I got the sense that Gukesh simply missed queen b3, just like I had. But I don't know. He stopped here for a second, and this move it escaped my attention as well for quite a few moves, because we tried rook b1, bishop takes d4, and all these moves you can resign right away. And this position is in fact a draw, but Gukesh wanted to try, and this time sometimes happens when you're better and you're just unable to stop. So
well, it's also, first of all, they can't offer each other a draw. There's no draw offers before move 40.
Yeah, but you can play basics rook d7 and just crawl in, and you get a kind of thing. But
well, also Gukesh had more time here.
Yes.
I mean, Firuzha was the one who was in much more danger of losing on time. So Gukesh was like, I mean, he tried to play, right? And then it became a crazy situation.
So knight c5 happened, and I forget what happens for b5. Is it knight b7? No, that is equal. He went rook a.
Rook a was the surprise for us.
And here it initially looked pretty impressive for black, but this is the great move because suddenly we're getting mating nets here. For a start, if I play a3, white takes this. Though the computer then says we can go on to play rook d8 anyway. So while it was a blunder, it might not have been fatal. Gukesh went king h7, and after this,
a big blunder, yeah.
He is in fact lost. I'm not sure why he is lost after king h7. I mean, sorry, king g8. Seems to me maybe it's just knight b6.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and if rook d2 check, I guess king e1.
And rook d8.
No, it's not king e1.
King e3. No.
Not also. So it's apparently going back. But then if I go here, why is it so impressed? Or knight takes a4 probably. Okay, so the computer then revolves around, takes the pawn. He went a3, and I think Gukesh still hadn't seen the idea. Rook f7,
yeah.
King h8. I wonder how many winning moves there are here. Knight f6 is not even.
Yeah, knight f6. They just take. Take it. I think. Oh, you want to even take like this? Wow. Yeah, you found a nice way to save it.
Yeah, and this is a draw. But Gukesh went back to h8, and then Alireza, very short of time, but you could see his blitz and tactical genius kicking in. So look, he found this move.
He had 6 seconds left at this point, right? So he had 12 seconds left for his last 2 moves. He finds this move with 6 seconds, and actually this is where a2, knight g6, and Gukesh loses on time on move 40.
Because it's mate in 1, it's not really a...
Yeah.
a time thing, but obviously time played a very important role because they were both very, very short of time by this point.
Well, time is also playing a very important role right now, because just as we finished going over this game, we see that the game between Abbasov and Vidit also finished in a draw, with probably that repetition. They just went between Queen D2 and Bishop G4. They'd been repeating moves for a while like this. And yeah, they reached this endgame where suddenly, despite the powerful pawn here, it's actually kind of shielding the king. There's no checks from any side. You don't have a bishop that can ever attack this king. So, white is pretty safe here with threats of taking that pawn. And so Vidit didn't really have much of a choice but to repeat. So what do we have? We have one decisive game in the open and one decisive game in the women. So right now, we're going to take a small break while we invite you to watch the interview of the sole winner on the women's side today, Lei Tingji.
Lei Tingji won her game against Vaishali. At first, it seemed that it was very calm, but then somehow you just started to overtake. So how was this game for you?
I think the game was very complicated. At some point, I think I was a little bit worse because I think I had tempo down. But when she played Bishop B6, I was very doubt this move. But I thought maybe this was her preparation. But after the game, I just found out I can take that pawn. But later on, I think position was very, very strange, because looks like 4 knights on the center, but maybe some point she can push A4 or something. But I think generally this game was not so good.
Did the time trouble play a big role in this game?
What?
Did the time trouble play the big role in the mistakes that your opponent made?
Yeah, I think actually she had time advantage before, and later on she spent a lot of time for the middle game. Maybe she trying to find the plan for black or maneuver pieces. And when we, not like both in time trouble, she was in time trouble, maybe she couldn't find the best solution.
So now you're getting closer to the leaders, a little bit closer. So how do you feel about that?
Okay, I think we finished like a first round robin. So after this game, I was kind of like released some pressure because I won the last one. And for the next round or like next turn, next part, I will not think about the result to be honest. I think it should be focused on every game.
So you already have a lot of experience. You've played the match, and how do you feel about playing a match if you win this tournament? Like, do you think about it at all, or like because your compatriot is the world champion? Do you think about it at all, that it could be the second match, or you just put all these thoughts aside for the moment?
I would not think about that. I think I just focus on this tournament.
And finally, tomorrow is a free day. Do you have any plans?
Very happy to have a rest day, and I can sleep all day. Yeah, no plans at all. I think just rest.
Okay, thank you, and have a good sleep tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
The recap.
All right, we're back, guys, with our recap of the day 7 events. And today was a very dramatic day of chess as we go into the rest day tomorrow. The first half of the tournament is over. We've had a bit of turnaround in the top of the standings because Gukesh, who was leading the tournament along with Nepo, lost a very dramatic game to the tail ender, Ali Reza Firouzja. All the other games ended in draws. In fact, Vidit did have chances against Abbasov, The game between Naka and Nepo was also very exciting right from the get-go, but eventually Nepo managed to steer it towards a draw, and Fabiano versus Prague never quite went anywhere, and it was an interesting game, but Prague made a comfortable draw. So let's take a look at the standings. We have Nepo at +2, 4.5 out of 7. He has been on this +2 for a long time, has not been able to get any wins in quite a number of games. Still followed by Caruana, Prague, and Gukesh at +1. Hikaru drew today, so he's still at 50% along with Vidit. I mean, really only 1 point separates the 5th to 6th place from the 1st place. So all of that can be caught up in one round. And finally, Abbasov and Firouzja stemmed the bleeding, stopped losing their games today. Abbasov saved the draw against Vidit, and Ali Reza won the most dramatic game of the tournament so far against Gukesh, which we're going to be showing to you shortly. On the women's side, Lei Tingji was the only winner of the day. She won against Vaishali, a position that we thought Vaishali was doing quite fine in, but somehow as she got into time trouble, things went wrong for her. And the other games featured some end games that ended in draws. So the 2 games that we're going to be showing you today are going to be between, are they going to be the 2 decisive games? Meanwhile, Tan, yeah, she's on 5 points out of 7, +3. Garyachkina was not able to defeat her today. That was the big matchup of the day. She still has half a point less. And now she's followed by Katerina Logno and Lei Tingji. So actually, again, between 1st place and 4th place is only a 1 point difference. So anything can still happen with 7 rounds of play. Let's get into the games of the day, Vishy. I'm going to be showing you the game between Firouzja and Gukesh. So the game started out, let's say, with some intentions by Firouzja of creating an interesting game. I think that move H4 that he played early on definitely showed that he was trying to create a position that was a little bit unbalanced. But Gukesh was defending well, and let's see, this was their middle point of the game where you can see that, you know, white has a buildup of pieces around the black king. There's constant ideas of sacrifices on h6, but black has moved the king away, and in general can often use the king to defend that square on h6. Meanwhile, Firouzja sacrifices this a5 pawn and then declines the draw. So he could make a move like queen d2, taking on h6 is the threat, forcing something like king h7, and then just a draw by repetition. But he says, no, let's not make the draw, and he gambles with this move c4. Okay, doesn't really change too much because he's still going to have that idea on the board. Now, rook g8 was an interesting try by Gukesh to sort of preempt that sacrifice, so he'll have some options to defend that pawn. And Firouzja missed a chance to play this interesting move b4, and suddenly gets into a worse position where we thought that he was in some big trouble. You know, just down a pawn, his piece is forced to move away from the king side. But then he finds this very interesting resource as he was getting low on time. At this point in the game, he's way lower on time than Gukesh. So he has like 4 minutes against 15, right? And they have no increments, and they still have like 14 moves left to play. So we thought he was in dire straits time-wise for sure. And on the board, he wasn't doing amazing either. Gukesh plays a very attractive sacrifice. Knight takes f2, bringing out the king and trying to exploit the pin. White is pinned in every direction. But Firouzja finds the only way to save that knight, because if he loses the knight, he's going to be down a bunch of pawns with a lost position. He finds the way out of the pin. And Gukesh has nothing better than to trade the queens and get into an endgame where he has 3 pawns for the knight. So he's fine. Firouzja under 2 minutes for 7 moves. Gukesh about 5 minutes. So still a big time edge for Gukesh. We did not think that he was going to be the one to lose on time today. But then look what happens, how the time factor influences the game. He plays a5. Rook c7. Firouzja was playing quite fast, trying to make it to the time control. His moves are good. Gukesh has many options here. He decides to go rook a8, b5, protecting the pawn was also a good option. He goes rook a8, and Firouzja finds in about 30 seconds the best move here, knight d7. Really tricky try because there's a threat of a fork. There's threats on the back rank if the black rook can be deflected. And yes, Gukesh spends about a minute out of his 1 minute and 24 seconds on a move that turns out to not be very good. So in this situation, he should have played this critical move, rook d2 check. That gets him out of the fork. And like after white moves the king back, then what was the move here that black could do, Vishy? Was it king g8 or king h7? It was one of these, I think.
It's not just rook d8?
Yeah, that also could
there
be
was something
played.
slightly better, yes.
Yeah.
Maybe b5.
Yeah, there was actually a lot of options. So basically, he needed to give the check just so that there wouldn't be a fork. Okay, so instead of that, he plays king h7. The point of this was that he wants to push this pawn without it getting captured and there being a check on the back rank. I mean, I can see how that might have seemed attractive, but Firouzja plays rook f3, and then he plays this move, which basically ends the game. At this point, Firouzja has 14 seconds. Gukesh has 23 seconds. He plays a3, and then he just gets mated. He still had a chance to stay alive here with this check, or at least, you know, not making it so easy for white to win. You know, because I think there's a difference here in all these moves, and with Firouzja having 14 seconds, no guarantee at all that he would find the best one. But he tries to run with the pawn, and unfortunately, he finds himself in a mating net. Now there's no way out. The black king is getting mated. The pawn, he tried to get out of knight f6 check, or maybe, yeah, probably knight f6 was a threat. So king h8, then knight f8, Firouzja found in 6 seconds. And the threat is knight g6, which really can't be stopped. You can't even really sack your rook because it's going to be a check. And then this pawn can be rounded up, or maybe there's going to be a checkmate threat with rook c8. So the game ended with this check. And Gukesh lost on time as he was about to get checkmated. And of course, the irony was that even though he had a lot more time than Ali Reza, in the end, he wound up losing on time because of the lack of increments. So it was such a dramatic last minute of their game where it was not even obvious if, you know, how the players would make the time control, let alone what would be the position on the board at the time. And in the end, you know, Ali Reza's gamble, it paid off, and he wound up winning this equal endgame.
Okay.
What were your feelings, Vishy, watching this?
That was a roller coaster. Let's look at Lei Tingji, who won the only game in the women's section. So the opening had this pretty moment when the 4 knights ended up on e4. So you have this lovely square in the center. And it seemed black can probably take on d4 in multiple moments, but the finish was interesting. So they got here, and Lei Tingji went knight b5, and Vaishali could have played queen e7. After queen b8, in fact, there's a very beautiful win. Queen takes d5, rook takes d5, knight f6, gf6, rook e8. And black is actually ahead on material, but that queen is just boxed in and trapped. But she captured there and took here, bishop e6. And amazingly, Vaishali has one last chance to turn this game around. After bishop b3, rook d8, rook e8 check, king h7, white is not even better. So a second opportunity, which she didn't take advantage of, and after rook d8, queen c3, the game was over. So tough day for Vaishali, but Li Tingji manages an impressive comeback, and she's now also 1+1.
Yeah, so 2 decisive games only today, but certainly not a lack of drama. I feel like this game between Firouzja and Gukesh, first of all, it had enormous significance for the tournament standings, as it does take down the leader Gukesh a little bit lower to a +1 score. It allows Nepo to be in sole first place with a +2 score. Also, it gives Firouzja some confidence as he heads into the second half of the tournament after 2 tough losses to Hikaru Nakamura and to Vidit. And it also gave the fans a chance to see what chess is like without the increment and how desperate and dire, it can feel when you're trying to make the time control without that increment, and how a perfectly reasonable position can just get destroyed by move 40. But yeah, there was a lot of emotion in that game, and certainly a treat for the chess fans. So we're done with the first half, guys. Tomorrow is a rest day. We will be back on, I have no idea what day it is, actually. So what day are we on, Vishy?
Round 7, April 11th. That'd be a clue. Okay. And so the pre-day is tomorrow, April 12th. And we'll see you on Saturday, April the 13th for round 8.
Yeah, thank you for helping me with that part, because I was completely lost on that. So we'll see you guys in 2 days for round number 8 and so much more exciting chess here in Toronto.